Is now called to order. Roll call. Geiger.
Present.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson is running late. Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Number 4, the acceptance of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I move to accept the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Meek, second by Myers. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, and we will move into our study work session with the student advisory group presentations. I'm going to hand it over to our SAG liaisons, Director Myers and Director Meek.
Thank you so much. This is our highly esteemed student advisory group. Mr. Cheney and Ms. O'Neill are the student liaisons. Director Meek and I are the board liaisons. We are so happy you are here tonight. This is always a highly anticipated, did I say that right? To get to see the kids in their presentations. And so we thank you. You guys look great, and we know you've got some good information for us. Director Meek?
Yes, welcome to our student presenters today. For those of you that aren't familiar with SAG or the Student Advisory Group, it's actually a board committee, and they play a really essential role for our board members. They actually elevate student voice, and hearing from them is so essential as we are making decisions on behalf of all of the students in this district. So what I would also share is that this year, as in past years, our SAG members have not only elevated student voices on different topics that we bring to them, but they break into subgroups on areas that they feel passionate about. And so tonight's about celebrating this work, listening to all of the ideas and passion that they're bringing forward. And so we couldn't be more proud of their passion, their creativity, and their commitment. And for the parents that are in the room and listening in, we couldn't be more proud of these students. And I think Director Myers and I have the best job in the world because we get to work with them. So with that, we can open up the presentations. Mr. Blair, do you want to? Okay, perfect.
Today, do I use this remote?
Yeah, you can use that remote, the big button, move it forward.
Okay. First, I would like to begin with Happy Earth Day. Today makes it a perfect day to discuss this initiative that DCD should do to plant trees. First, I want you to take a look at Rock Canyon High School. If you look at the campus, you won't notice many trees scattered around the campus. Most of them are near the neighborhood. Same goes for Douglas County High School. Yet again, there aren't many trees directly on the campus that are visible. Now let's step outside the school district. Let's look at Cherry Creek High School. Just looking at it, you can see the lush greenery on every part of the campus, trees everywhere. This is what DCSD should strive to have on every single one of its campuses. So why do we need trees? Right now, as you can see, most DCSD high schools lack any trees, and the ones that they do have been poorly maintained. Adding trees offers more than green value in ATStics. They offer academic, environmental, financial benefits. All of these contribute to the school district. Many studies and research have backed all the benefits that trees provide beyond ATStics. DCSD is far behind other school districts which are taking larger steps, which is why we must take action and plant more trees. So some of the benefits. First, there's academic benefits. Research shows that students perform better when they're surrounded by nature. Green spaces enhance concentration, memory retention, and also cognitive development. Schools with more tree canopy have been linked to higher standardized test scores. Then there's even more benefits. Mental health. Exposure to green spaces lowers symptoms of ADHD, improves mood, and overall has lower stress levels in students, which is beneficial with the many stress that many students feel from the school system. Then trees create calm spaces which prevent behavioral issues and support emotional regulation. This is all backed by study by the US Green Building Council. Then air quality. Air quality is one of the straightforward benefits of trees, as it directly takes pollutants out of the air and can offset carbon emissions, which many school districts have a large amount of due to the large amount of energy we consume. Furthermore, there's energy savings. The United States Department of Energy states that planting trees strategically reduces energy costs by up to 25%, which is such a large amount considering how much energy a building as large as any of the schools in our district is. And then furthermore, there's also community gain. School campuses and neighborhoods with greater tree canopy are linked to higher property values, and also they foster safer walkable environments and increase community investment and pride in local schools. Now, community engagement. Another benefit of this would be planting the trees would be a community-driven project by volunteers, allowing students to gain volunteer hours, experience, and while still contributing to their school district. This opportunity is long-term and will have many, many benefits. Now, the cost. The cost for planting the first 100 trees would be around $20,000, which is $200 per tree. This is the cost including the materials, mulch, irrigation, and anything that is needed, including consultations. And the trees that this is based off are pine, cottonwood, and blue maple. And this is a combination of saplings and large trees. And this is a small amount compared to what other school districts are doing. For example, one of Sacramento's school districts got $2 million in grants from the federal government only to plant trees, in addition to their own efforts. Now, what about the maintenance cost? The maintenance cost tends to actually be profitable for the school district. This is due to the reduction in energy costs. According to the US Department of Education, the reduction in energy costs for a school of our size would be around $8,000 to $25,000 depending on the maturity of the trees. That overall pays itself off in the long run as it acts as a wind barrier, and this will eventually be more beneficial than the initial investment and save money for a school district in the long run, along with many, many other benefits. Now the key takeaways. First, it's a low-cost investment for a school district to a high gain. As I showed, there are many benefits, all of these contributing to students, staff, faculty, and the general community. Then it drives community engagement. The students will volunteer, sometimes even parents or other people in the community will volunteer, and this will build a stronger community in DCSD and a more united community. Student morale. That's one of the biggest benefits from this project. A green space, it tends to have higher academic scores, better mental health, and students are more likely to spend way more time outside rather than spending time inside, perhaps on their phones. It helps the students extremely, and that is one of the largest benefits. And the question you want to be asking is, well, hasn't this presentation happened before? Yes, but there are many more reasons why this plan is more effective. First is more upfront with the cost and reasonable estimates. The previous time this was presented in 2023 estimated around $5 per tree, which is completely unreasonable. And this is clearly more upfront about the cost and is more achievable than that. And this also has a clear plan of implementation maintenance. The previous presentation lacked a plan on how to maintenance it and how this would be done, and also the actual cost of planting despite planting and maintaining. And this is also community-driven, which the previous one isn't. The community-driven part adds so much more to it. It unites the community as a whole, and it also reduces costs of labor, and students can get volunteer hours. And those are some of the reasons why DCSD should have initiatives to plant trees. Again, happy Earth Day. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Do you have any thoughts about how we could go about getting $20,000? Or would you assume that would come out of the budget?
So that's actually a mixture. Part of it would be the budget, but the first idea would be get more volunteers and also have people in the community who would be willing to donate. By putting out this donation, many fundraisers have successfully, because raise a large amount of money because the community wants to see a better school. They want to have more walkable environments because it also benefits them, not just the school district.
Great, thank you so much. Director Weiniger?
Yes, great presentation. I really appreciated how you had statistics and facts to back up some of the statements you made. I did have one question. On one of your first slides, you mentioned that DCSD is behind compared to other school districts taking larger steps. And I was just curious what those larger steps were that other school districts.
So when I was reading it, I was comparing it to two other school districts. For example, there's a certain school district in Sacramento, which is actually in fact smaller than our school district, yet it used the federal government and raised $2 million in grants just to plant trees. And another school district there was one, Texas, it is a lot larger, and they have raised a total of $3 million in federal grants and another $2 million in direct through the school district and in direct with volunteers who are donating.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Director Meek?
Sure, this is a really good presentation. Have you given any thought as to how the school should be prioritized if trees were found and a grant was found for that project?
The ideal way to do it would be some of the older schools, which were the first to implement our school district, is why I use Douglas County High School, because that was one of the first, and they have a clear lack of trees compared to other high schools. So ideally, one of the older ones would be the first to implement it in.
And I did want to commend you on the stats and the data in the presentation. That was really, really helpful to see. I think it helps us analyze what's being presented, and great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we're good, thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Sneha Saw, and I'm a junior at Rock Canyon, and I'm one of the liaisons in the subgroup.
My name is Logan Peak. I am from Chaparral High School, and I'm a senior this year.
I am Rayan Agarwal, and I go to Rock Canyon High School.
Thank you for your time. So today we'll be talking about AI. But before we start, raise your hand if you have ever used AI in terms of education or work. All of you? Yep, that's what I thought. Oh, shoot. Okay. AI is not currently used and taught in the best manner, so our goal is to enhance safe usage of AI. There are both pros and cons to AI. However, sometimes society tends to focus on the cons, such as cheating. However, if you put aside the negatives and focus on the positives, AI seems to be more beneficial for students more than we thought when taught to use it the right way.
So of the current policies in DCSD, they generally acknowledge that AI exists and how to use it in a safe manner currently, but it does not really go into depth on how to incorporate it in the classroom, which is necessary as it is an ever-evolving technology. Some of the current data looking at it from a survey collected from SAG members as well as a sample of the staff of the district, it is overall shown that a majority of students use it every week and a majority of staff use it every month. The AI overall is being refined and is becoming much more of a useful tool that every company in the world is using. What AI is currently used for in the district from that same survey is students use it to research and gather, help on homework, and overall help to study for classes. And when it comes to teachers and staff, they help use it for generating assessments, helping develop their class assignments, and overall helping with their lessons. And overall, when looking at what the students and staff in the district actually think about AI and its incorporation, it's overall that a majority of both staffs and students find could have very positive effects. And while some students and staff might have more of that negative worry, that also can come from that unknowingness that we hope that we can change by helping teach teachers and students more about AI.
So we always discuss the harms of AI, but how do we minimize these harms? Well, for every advantage we made in technologies, take computers for example. When first computers came, initially we were using paper everywhere in schools, but now look where we are. Nearly every single person uses a computer every day, or some electronic device. AI is this next big technology which we have to accept and start utilizing to use its potential to the fullest. Overall, the benefits of AI outweigh the harms. We need to prepare our generation for the future, as after all, it is DCSD's mission to prepare students for the upcoming future, which is more and more utilizing AI. When students are encouraged to use AI and taught to use it correctly, they're less likely to misuse it, which means if we teach them, it won't become something that's harmful, but rather a tool. So we have a 3-step plan on how we want, how do we incorporate AI into DCSD? Using AI is part of teacher training is our first key thing. Businesses currently train their staff and to use AI. And the same way we can train teachers how to use AI, how to incorporate it in their classroom. This would be the first step. And then the next step would be teaching students how to use AI. Teachers have to teach their students to use AI by how to ethically use it and not use it as something that will harm their education, but rather as a tool like looking over essays or instead of writing the essay for them. For example,
in my English class this year, my teacher had us try to generate an essay and break it down by creating better and better prompts in order to develop a stronger essay. And I found this activity very helpful for figuring out how to do that critical thinking when figuring out prompts.
And there are many other scenarios like that which can be beneficial. Overall, there's a 3-step plan. First, we need to foster positive attitudes. These positive attitudes mean that instead of avoiding AI or saying that it's bad, we first have to accept that it has benefits and understand that it has benefits and how to use those. The second step for a district would be to train teachers and make it a part of teacher training by providing professional development tools and including it more when teachers are being trained. And then finally, the key step is teach AI to students. Teach the basics of AI, responsible use of AI, and how to cite AI, and prepare our students for the future that is upcoming.
Again, our goal is to teach students and teachers how to safely use AI to promote growth and keep the students moving with the technological advancements in the future. Don't mind my pronunciation. After all, it is DCSD's mission to prepare students for the future. Thank you, board members, for listening to our presentation, and we really encourage you to think about this for the students' future. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much. Director Geiger?
First of all, thank you very much for this. I actually spoke to some 7th and 8th graders today about this. I wonder if it was interesting. Every one of them had used AI and none of them had had a class on AI, which leads to misuse, I think. I wonder if you have an idea about how soon we should start talking to students about AI. Is it a middle school issue? Is it an elementary school issue? Clearly by high school, you guys are addressing it.
So most of this presentation is based on first high school, but as the first key step is training teachers, first we need to just establish fundamentals. We wanted to accelerate how much they know about AI as they get higher in education, but say we start with elementary schoolers. There are obviously some elementary schoolers which are using AI. So it just has to be part of their basic classes. Like in English, they can discuss how to use AI rather than just saying, don't use AI. We have to elaborate on them, tell them more about it. It's not just a simple statement which they don't know what to do with.
Director Meek?
Yeah, thank you for a very timely presentation and topic. As Director Geiger said, it was a topic of conversation earlier today at the middle school. I think it was yesterday's middle school conversation. It was brought up as well. So I'm just curious, what role do you see student voice playing in helping to shape how it's rolled out in the district? And obviously, SAG is a student voice group, but how do you see students being involved in the rollout and use of AI?
So overall, I find it as a very much when it's being put out there and students are starting to use it, that especially in high school, from the people I know around me, although we don't have much data from the middle schools, I'm sure it's happening there too, it's very much that students are using it. And as we begin to move it out there, it's showing that it would be looking ahead with what companies are using, why it's being used. And when it comes to the student voice in it, it comes to how are these, overall how is it going to, is it kind of just talking to students, seeing what they want to use it for, as well as kind of going more on a base by basis to see what skills are they already picking up, which ones just by saying, here's an AI, can they find immediately, whereas the ones that are more complicated and unknowing, and it's overall seeing that student involvement in that process of building up those AI skills.
Director Weiniger.
Thank you. Great presentation. I like how you all took turns and you had really good input on each thing that you had to say. My question is just through the recent years, and this is more of a personal question, have you noticed that AI is being used more, is being reflected in more positive light? Do you have more optimism about it? Just your thoughts, if you have any, around that.
Over the years, personally, I've met many students and teachers who have used AI. In the past, you know how it's really negatively impacted. People are like, "Oh, AI is being used for cheating." It's like you can literally get any worksheet from AI. But in recent years, when I was doing my research and stuff, I talked to the teachers. The teachers were using it for research. They were using it for so many things. Yet the students were using it for cheating. If we were able to teach the students how to use it properly, I feel like it could take them really far into the future.
Director Moore.
Thank you guys for the presentation. Well done. You know, along the lines of how to use it properly, again, in my middle school discussions, every one of the groups talked about AI. Fascinating feedback from one group said, hey, we think it's great. We think we need to know how to use it better. But they said it can also make us lazy and reliant on not having to do our own work to verify things. And then they pointed out that they were surprised at how much false information could come out of it. So I think there was some merit to that logic, that everything that you come across isn't always accurate. And so how do you guys see us vetting, or what ideas would you have on how to vet and how to teach kids to validate what's good information and what is maybe false or misleading information before they rely on it?
Okay, so your question was, how do we help students find out the real answer or get the correct information? Well, AI can be really misleading because sometimes when you type in some math answers personally, you can get something really advanced which you may not know and it might not be the answer. The best way to do that is probably talking to your teacher, since our whole entire presentation is about involving it more into your classroom and using it in the correct way. You could probably get some help from your teacher, and that's exactly the best way you can get help, because we're trying to use it to generate ideas. We're here to use it to not cheat, but we're also here to use it to build on your own knowledge, not take something else's knowledge.
Do you think that it would be important for any curriculum used to teach students how to use it properly include some instruction on how to verify whether it's good information or not, right, or bad information or false information?
There are ways, for example, when we use Google, you can also find misinformation on Google. So in our classroom, we're taught in ELA nearly every year in some different way, we're taught how to vet internet sources. The same way, we want to extend this even further to an AI. If we can apply the same things when we're just searching it up, the same things can be taught for AI. We just need to incorporate that into our curriculum instead of just ignoring AI and just acknowledging it exists.
Excellent answers. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Director Thompson.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. And also thank you to the presentation earlier. I was listening to it. I agree green spaces are very important for us. So thank you, and I apologize that I wasn't here to acknowledge you in the moment. So I think that you guys are, correct, right? The responsible and ethical use of AI is definitely a key to being able to use it in a way that's effective and helpful and contributes to learning. I think student-shaped ethical policy or ethics policy on the topic would actually be really helpful. Get buy-in from students on what you guys think is responsible and ethical use of it. I do think also, yes, we think about it could be used as a tool for cheating, but it's also a really great tool for promoting critical thought. I love having arguments with AI on a topic to see if I've thought through an entire concept in the way that I have meant to. It's also a really great tool for learning new things like software. I used it today to help problem solve some SBS software I was using, so statistical software that I was using today, and I couldn't figure out an issue that I was having, and AI problem solved it for me. So I agree, it's a great presentation. When you guys are thinking about ethics and the responsible use, do you guys agree that that's something that maybe the students should help promote? Do you think that it's something that should be coming from the higher ups? What are your thoughts?
I think it's something that should be coming up from the higher thoughts and the students both, because when both of the higher ups and the students use it correctly, then it creates a standard for everyone. And we see our kindergartners and all these other future generations, they look up to us for our future. And if you guys as board members, teachers, and us as students, if we use it properly and we're able to use it in the correct way without cheating, then it sets a standard for the little ones that they can also do the same and they don't have to cheat.
Thank you also very much. Great presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Katie Youngman from Rock Canyon High School.
I'm Zoe Hamedi from Chaparral High School.
And I'm Lidet Getacho from Chaparral High School. So this is statistics. So 25% of students have said that they have been targeted, unfortunately, because of their race, where they come from, and their religion.
On top of this, 19.4% of students have reported being bullied due to their sexual orientation.
And 12.7% of students have faced bullying due to disabilities. So our goals are to promote a very respectful and unified school environment, and also to encourage kindness and a personal responsibility through the students and the community support in schools.
Our other goals are to prevent bullying, protect every student's right to a safe education, and create a clear and efficient district-wide process for handling bullying.
The reported consequences are considering disciplinary actions. 74% of high schools and 61% of middle schools have taken at least one serious disciplinary action due to bullying and other student offenses.
Unfortunately, many cases have led to no formal consequences because of the reporting from the staff and students, and also school policy differences, and as well as subjective definitions that people have of bullying.
These are examples that you may see in an educational setting. For example, teasing, like you're mocking someone's accent, or low expectation / stereotyping, meaning that you automatically assume that someone's good or bad at something because of where they're from.
Other examples include hate disguised as opinions, which can take many shapes, but is mostly trying to say something against a student and then trying to backtrack saying it's an opinion. And the most prominent one in our school setting, slurs, which is, it's unfortunate how many words people can come up with to discriminate against other groups, and it is the most prominent in our district and the one that needs the most attentiveness because it is such a problem and does not promote unity.
as well as neurodivergent disability stigma, such as accusing someone for a stutter that they have or a mental and physical disability that someone might possess, as well as cultural and religious shaming, such as accusing someone of a religious symbol they wear, like a cross necklace, hijab, or also accusing someone of what type of food they eat based off of where they come from.
This is the existing policy, JICDE-R. The policy states the following in the section consequences. Discipline for bullying behavior will support socially acceptable behavior with a focus on restorative practices. Disciplinary measures will be consistent with district's policy, which may include but are not limited to suspension or expulsion from school. Overall, the system implemented in the policy covers the punishment process for bullying.
So this is our extended version and what the improvement we come with to today. Discipline for bullying behavior will continue to have socially appropriate focus on correcting behavior and support socially appropriate behavior and focus on restorative practices instead of punishments, perhaps. This will allow for a more structured and tiered system of consequences to ensure consistency across our district. And this would be based on severity for bullying behavior, and these are included but not limited to first offenses, which would be restorative conversation and written reflection, second offenses, which would include parent or guardian meetings and behavioral contracts, third offenses, which could include detention and in-school suspension due to the severity, and repeated and severe offenses, which could include suspension, loss of privileges, or even expulsion.
This is our implementation process. So step one would be developing and enforcing clear anti-bullying policies. For example, at Chaparral High School, they make students watch an anti-bullying video at the start of every school year.
Step 2, fostering a positive school climate, such as implementing programs like Sources of Strength, which I was included in at my school, and it really helped encourage positive behavior, recognizing diversity, and also teaching empathy and how to take care of oneself. Research also shows the correlation between the positive school climate and bullying incidents because of these programs implemented in the schools.
Step 3 would be to develop a standardized reporting system. And for example, each school would designate a bullying response coordinator responsible for tracking reports and overseeing the next steps that we will discuss.
Step 4 would be establishing support systems for affected students, meaning you would provide resources or counseling for victims, bystanders, or perpetrators. We can also start creating peace rooms, which are used to handle stress and strong emotions.
And finally, step 5, monitoring and evaluating anti-bullying efforts by collecting data from the situation and the incident that took place, and also getting feedback from the school community and making necessary adjustments to the policies and programs in the school.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Director Geiger.
Thank you. It was well thought out and well considered. Our district, although setting minimum standards, has often left a lot of discretion on punishment to building leaders. The theory there being that they know their building, they know their kids, and that we should vest them in discretion. My sense is that you think consistency across the district is more important. Can you explain to me why you believe that?
I think that since we know that bullying leads to mental health problems, and we also know that it's not exactly the healthiest situation to be in, and it just overall plays a negative role on your mental health. So I think we can start raising the future generation to be more healthier and kinder, and to become more empathetic to becoming, being more conformed and being kind to each other.
Do you think a consistent curriculum or a process will help provide equity to kids throughout the district?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation. You ladies did a fantastic job. First feedback, the fourth point that you made in the process, which is providing supports to individuals that either have experienced bullying or witnessed it and impacted by it. I think that's a really important piece. Checking back in with that student after the fact, seeing if they're still okay, right? A week later, a month later. especially if there's an incident where they felt highly embarrassed at school or in an environment, for both their well-being as well as just general school safety. The other piece was at the very beginning of the presentation, you guys mentioned underreporting of bullying, and I'm curious your thoughts on why you think bullying goes underreported, and I'm curious what you know about our current bullying processes for reporting.
As I'm sure you guys know, there are various resources that us as high schoolers have to report bullying. However, so many of them, such as Safe to Tell was the one I can think of off the top of my head, are so underreported on due to social criticism, etc., or stigma surrounding the methods that we have. And I just think that implementing some of the methods that we use, that we outlined in our presentation, that will be more private and also less constrictive, as Safe to Tell usually has very outlined options as to how they handle various situations, and not all experiences are the same, and I think that should be accounted for to the degree where no student should be over treated or undertreated for the severity of their case, essentially.
What do you think the solution is for students to feel more comfortable reporting?
I think that the way to make them feel more comfortable reporting would be through these methods, because it allows students to have a sense of security in their options, where Safe to Tell is unpredictable because it's outside of the school, whereas these would be inside the school where they already have trusted adults or friends or communities that are currently would be administering them, that would allow them to trust them versus have an outside source that they don't necessarily know anything about.
Okay, so you're talking about like a method specifically at the school level, and I'm sorry if I missed it. Is the mode that you go to an adult or an administrator or a counselor? Are you guys thinking like a reporting system that you can do digitally with the school?
It's easier to do it anonymously and digitally. Depending on the case, there's of course different levels of problem, but I think that it should be handled through the schools individually, through counseling, etc., at the school instead of through an outside source, which Safe to Tell at the time is the most used method of bullying reports in our district. And so having individual in-school areas to handle the reports specifically and gather data, which our district is currently not doing, which can help us in the future, it would be beneficial in multiple ways to have it within the schools versus through an outside method of reporting.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you again for the presentation.
Director Meek?
Yeah, in the interest of time, I'm going to be very short. So my questions really were around the underreporting and how we might address that, but I think we touched on that. I just want to thank you so much for the presentation and the really clear policy recommendations on the language updates. So look forward to looking into that a little bit further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tori DiFrancesco, and I'm a senior at Highlands Ranch High School.
I'm Lindsay Walker, and I'm a junior at Castleview High School.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jane Graham. I'm a junior at Douglas County High School. I'm going to come around and pass out these documents real quick.
Okay, so today we're first going to start off with some progress from last year. So last year, SAG Earth Environmental Subgroup applied and received the Front Range Waste Diversion Grant, and we received $50,000 from that. So with that grant, we wanted to implement better trash cans. We wanted to have a trash can system that's 3 compartments, so it's going to be trash, compost, and recycling. And there's a picture above each compartment, so students and faculty know where to put the trash and which compartment will go in, to therefore limit the waste that each school has. So these are some statistics. This is from previous years, so the last 2 blocks, we can see that there is lots of trash, and there's still trash that continues to grow every year. We're seeing a little bit more in compost, which is really good for the schools, and a little bit more in recycling, so more students are getting used to it. When students are putting trash into recycling, it makes the entire bin completely trash, so that's where a lot of the money that goes into the waste, and a lot of where our waste numbers come from is just students putting trash into whatever is convenient for them. And then some more statistics. So the first picture on the left will be from last year, and we can see that the numbers are still significantly high, but recycling is starting to kind of rise a little bit. And then with the trash cans implemented last year, it has brought down the recycling up a little more and the trash up a little, it's brought the recycling a little higher and the trash a little lower, which is great for the schools.
Some of our goals with our new suggested policy is to implement an official policy to supervise the use of the recycling grant, because it's to like help further what we already have in place, and to adapt a DCSD sustainable plan which values and actively protects the environment, because our environment is very beneficial for the students and the staff in the schools, and then to encourage students and staff to take part in caring for their schools through like the proper use of utilities, energy, and waste disposal. And then this is our policy suggestion that we're wanting to suggest to you guys. And it basically is protecting our grant within the district so that it can be implemented throughout many years to come, and then to allow students to be more knowledgeable about recycling and waste, because not many people know how to recycle effectively, and so it's good for our school environments. And then lastly, to protect the school district's rep to other school districts, because we can come off as a school district that cares about the environment and the efficientness of energy saving and waste production in the environment.
So next we'll go over a little bit of the benefits from adopting this proposal in conjunction with the grant that we received last year. So the hope is that increasing education throughout the district, starting from the primary school, kindergarten levels, will foster proper waste disposal procedures, and if students are aware of how to properly recycle and differentiate between what's compostable, what has to go to the landfill, and what is recyclable, then that ultimately will save the district money, because we put all of this $50,000 into recycling bins and compartments, and if students don't know how to differentiate between landfill and recycling, then none of that actually gets recycled. If there's even a little bit of trash in the recycling bin, then that's all just for nothing. And so the education of what the difference is extremely important in order to receive benefits from our proposal. And then hopefully with the increased education around waste disposal, that will create cleaner schools, foster a positive learning environment, and just create an atmosphere that the staff, teachers, and students can all be proud of. And we all want to feel proud of our district. And this policy will help promote pride in our district and our environment and Earth as a whole.
All right, any questions?
Well, first of all, thank you so much. As one board member, I really appreciate the suggestion for a policy, because that's where we operate, so that's really helpful for me. So thank you for that. Any other? Director Myers?
Thank you for the presentation. This is something that we definitely need to be talking about and doing something about. $50,000 going forward. Do you guys know where you're at with that?
So I believe we used most of it, and every high school got a trash can. So our next steps with the grant is just kind of monitoring the progress for the rest of the year, and then probably the next following school year, just to see if there is any difference. And then we're gonna probably apply for another grant and bring those trash cans down to the middle school and elementary schools to implement it there.
Good, you answered my second question. Thank you.
Director Moore?
Really good presentation, guys. My daughter, this is one of her favorite topics. and we debate this a lot. And I know how you are using the $50,000 and what the effort is going towards, but have you guys looked at the cost associated with the actual processing of the recycled material? And I ask that because one of the ongoing challenges for lots of communities, whether it's a school district community or, even just throughout our Douglas County community, is depending on costs associated with recycling, sometimes it becomes cost prohibitive to actually recycle, not because people don't think it's a good idea or it doesn't have merit. It just is so expensive to actually process the recycled goods that it's cheaper to not do it. And it's unfortunate that actually is part of the problem that our society faces with how we process trash and recyclables. And there's no debate on composting. To me, that's like a really great thing. But have you guys looked at all at the costs associated with on the back end of having the products recycled? And is there a cost, or would there be an ongoing cost to us to have to pay to have the items actually recycled if we increased our amount of recyclables?
So I believe there is a cost. I believe in certain districts, the recycling is higher than trash. But I think at the end of the day, it's kind of the same, because if you're putting the recycling into the trash, it's just creating more landfill, and you're not able to reuse those and back into the schools. So if you're going to waste lots of money on disposing of the trash, might as well use that money in recycling when you can get it back in energy into the schools.
Fair enough.
Great answer. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, we're representing the school safety and security subgroup. I'm Ayla Wooten. I go to Chaparral High School.
I'm Ellie Peretz. I'm a junior at Castleview High School. I'm Abby DiMaria, and I go to Ponderosa, and I'm a freshman.
I'm Ayaka McGarrett, and I also go to Ponderosa and a freshman.
So our motive is to implement a safer environment for students and faculty in our school parking lots, and by doing that, we would increase student safety and security, and also we would diminish the possibility of injury and accidents in a school parking lot. So our plan is to enforce crossing guards before the start of school from 7:20 to 7:40 a.m., and then again when school gets out at 2:50 to 3:05 p.m. So to reduce costs, we acknowledge that this might allot for a larger budget than plausible. So we propose that students should have the ability to volunteer as these crossing guards and have training that would adequately prepare them to be crossing guards and also allow them to get their community service hours. And as of right now, there are no policies regarding traffic controller safety in the Douglas County School District.
So for our statistics, when you look at it, looking at parking lot accidents, annually there are 50,000 crashes in parking lots and garages, and over 60,000 injuries and 500 deaths. And regarding children's safety, there are 5,000 injuries and 205 deaths among children 14 and under. And in school zone crashes, they're 3 times more likely, and especially during Fridays and pickup and starting times. And Fridays are being the peak time. And common causes are inattentive driving and following cars too closely, as well as failure to yield. And 11% of school zone crashes result in injury, and 89 are property damage. And why does this matter? It's because a lot of student drivers are very inexperienced, and that can make it very dangerous in the parking lots. And implementing an idea as community service, they would motivate students to fulfill graduation requirements as well as adhere to speed limits.
So a lot of accidents around high school are due to middle schools and high schools having the similarity of start times and end times. Is there anything that we could do to reduce the overall traffic flow around the high school campus, like traffic guards and encourage carpooling? What can be done to monitor parking lots and high school campuses, surveillance, monitoring time all day? Bus behaviors for many students, their days begin on the bus. Do we need more surveillance on the bus? Yes, it can improve safety and operational efficiency. Some policy additions, DCSD should appoint volunteer coordinators at each high school to engage students in direct parking lot safeties and ensuring a secure environment. And parking lots should just be closely monitored with cameras after school hours to maintain a safe environment for students.
So our takeaways are that parking lot accidents are very common during drop-off and pickup in school parking lots. And our goals for this is to complete a district-wide survey to find out like the information behind this and the crashes and accidents in the parking lots. And we'd also like to provide information to students on how schools are normally safe and to help students understand the school district's plans for the future of the school. And we'd also like to provide resources allowing for students to receive communication regarding emergencies in order to avoid the spreading of false information. Any questions?
Well, thank you so much for that. Director Moore.
Great presentation. Your last goal there, I love that one. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Director Meek.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was a really good presentation. That last bullet, the provide resources allowing for students to receive text emails when an emergency situation occurs to avoid the spreading of false information. Can you expand on that a little bit, the need?
In our district, we've noticed that like when an emergency occurs in the school, it gets around everywhere, and so there's a spread of false information. And so honestly, no one in the district really knows what's going on until they like finally communicate. So we were hoping that like when one of these emergency occurs, that we get communication like immediately after, so we're all in the know and we know how to move forward. So we're not like confused about this. Yes.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, hi everybody. Thank you for your time. Our project was on building school community. Okay, so just some of our goals is to create a stronger school community among students and schools, create a unanimous school identity, unite clubs and activities within schools, decrease unhealthy competition among school activities and schools across the district.
The reason we chose to focus on this subject was because the students among our SAG group have recognized the disconnect between all of our schools and just how little they knew about everything going on within their own school, which only furthered the disconnect between all of the schools within our district. Our solution to this, and what we've been working on for the past year, is creating an activities cabinet that can be implemented into each and every one of our schools that can just help the understanding of everything that's in every high school's community and just making more well-rounded students in terms of knowing and really believing in their school unanimity.
Okay, what is an activities cabinet? An activities cabinet is a group made up of student representatives from each activity, and its role is just to kind of help clubs coordinate, stay connected to each other, and share events that each club is holding, as well as to spread awareness of upcoming events and increase participation in these said clubs. Okay, so some data gathering. Some representatives from our subgroup attended the activities directors meeting where we discussed Ponderosa
Ponderosa Activities Cabinet, which is a group of kids in our school. Kind of its format, its influences on the school community, some benefits, challenges, and flexibility within each school. We conducted a presentation and followed up with a Q&A period, and we sent them a survey and they answered the following questions.
Okay. So through this data, we collected that out of all of the activities and high schools that were represented at this meeting, 5 out of 7 of these schools did not have an activity cabinet or any adjacent groups within their school. Those schools include Highlands Ranch, Legend, Rock Canyon, Castleview, and Thunder Ridge. Out of all of those schools, every single one of them stated that they have interest in establishing an activities cabinet in their school and believe that it would help build their school community. Here's some of the feedback that we received from each of the directors who do not have an activities cabinet within their school and hope to establish one. With the remaining 2 of the schools having an activities cabinet, including Ponderosa and Chaparral, the 2 representatives of these schools believed that it helps build community in their building, with Ms. Kenzie saying that it allows for more exposure for all the clubs, as well as Ms. Garcia stating that it is really important with their school and allows to share information with all the groups, as well as allowing all the groups to attend other activities.
Okay, so our focus as of right now, kind of what we did is we attended the activities directors meeting and we discussed the routine of Ponderosa Activities Cabinet and the success that has been achieved through this. We found that many schools do have an interest in creating an activities cabinet and do foresee it benefiting their school community. However, they may need some guidance as to how they will execute these visions. And finally, our vision is just creating an outline of the basics of an activities cabinet and so that students can get more engaged in their school clubs. Okay, and this is kind of how you guys all come into this. Every single school has showed interest in developing an activities cabinet. We would like to encourage each school to have an activities cabinet, and that will be done through the district. They could provide an outline that could be created by students in SAG or a Board of Education representative that is willing to promote this idea. Overall, this policy will promote organization and structure among each of the school's activities councils and will create a similarity between each school, thus building the connections throughout the district and overall just increasing school community and district community.
After attending the meeting that we went to for activity directors, we realized that a lot of the activity directors wanted student voice included in this implementation plan, which would include the students that presented at that meeting, presenting it to other schools as well, and just really sharing with student-to-student involvement and just showing how beneficial this club can be, not just coming from board members, not just coming from advisors or teachers, but really showing that students do enjoy this and students that are a part of an activities cabinet within their own school see benefits for their school community. And thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that you went out and did a survey to get all those responses. I think that's very helpful. So great presentation.
Thank you.
Any questions? Director Thompson?
I actually don't have any questions, but it was a great presentation. And I agree with Director Williams that seeing the survey and actually seeing what's being implemented and then those thoughts from both perspectives was really interesting. It would be cool to hear from the ones that exist what the students think of their organization and why they engage in it and what they get out of it. So.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great presentation.
this on? It is on. Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Lily, and I go to Ponderosa High School, and we are doing the mental health subgroup.
Hi, I'm Evan Buther, and I'm from Rock Canyon.
I'm Serena Thomas, and I'm a senior at Rock Canyon. So our goal as a part of this mental health subgroup is to kind of manage the mental health among students in Douglas County because it's recently emerged as a very crucial problem, especially amongst teenage students. So this year our objective is to reduce the risk of suicides, specifically encourage access to more peer counseling.
About 28.4% of students who had, oh wait, yeah, I should probably use that. 28.4% of students who had a friend tell them that they had thoughts of suicide on one or more times during the past 12 months. 36.5% of students who would said that they would tell a friend if they were concerned about their own or someone else's mental health or well-being. And over half, the 57.6% of students who most of the time or always could talk to a friend about about their feelings during their life, which highlights the importance of peers.
We got in contact with Miss Crabb. She's the district lead counselor, and she helped us get in contact with all the high schools. And the high school counselors filled out a survey and if they had peer counseling. And these schools in the district already have peer counseling in place. That's Vail, Thunder Ridge, Rock Canyon, and Chaparral. Thunder Ridge is a school that we especially want to highlight for their successful program.
About Thunder Ridge, 60% of students say that their peer counselor helped them understand who they were as an individual, and then 73.3% saw their peer counselor 8 or more times, which is really impressive. And the same amount felt that their peer counselor helped them make good choices, so both academically, socially, and emotionally.
So according to the head of peer counseling at Rock Canyon, Mrs. Cassis, being able to just sit and have someone to listen to can do a lot for someone's self-esteem, which highlights the importance for the integration of peer counseling.
Peer counseling is a transformative experience that connects individuals. We see it all the time in AA groups helping one seek sobriety, veterans when they're trying to transfer back to civil life, and first responders as well. How can this impact us in the educational environment is that it will help connect our educational community, and it will just bring students closer as a whole and hopefully, again, prevent those suicides and just increase student mental health in the district.
So far, we've taken some steps, such as we've spoken with some professionals. We've gotten professional advice from Mrs. Crabb, who you might be familiar with, Dr. Kelly Smith, Mrs. Cassis from Rock Canyon, and Mrs. Kofer from Thunder Ridge. Additionally, we've also drafted a policy, which should be in front of you. And we also reached out to peer counseling programs across 4 Douglas County high schools, and we're highlighting Thunder Ridge.
So the next step is we want to finalize the draft of our policy and implement it across Douglas County. So we have the policy in front of you. And from what we need from you is primarily just to help us move that forward, since we have a pretty good version of it, we feel like, at least. And then we plan to go visit the high schools with the help of Dr. Smith after this meeting, hopefully before the end of the year, to help get it really in motion, especially if the policy gets approved. And then that'll help start the application so that next spring, hopefully that's when we can kind of start getting it going.
The policy that you have in front of you is designed to help bring students together as a whole and to bring the schools together as a community. The policy includes a definition, and it includes some general information, an application process for how to become a peer counselor, and then it also includes the class curriculum, confidential information, and also how the school should advertise this policy.
So we need from you guys, the Board of Education, we are just high school students and we're not professionals on writing policy, so we would appreciate some further guidance in that area. And If implemented, we need help to get the policy through all those necessary steps, and then finally spreading the word to most, if not all, Douglas County high schools.
In summary, we feel like it's very important to focus on mental health in the school district primarily because it's a big problem. There have been several suicides among most of the schools over the past few years. It's a consistent thing. And we feel from our research and who we've talked to that peer counseling will be a very, very big help. And so that's what we plan to do. And once the policy kind of goes through the necessary steps, legal and all, then that's when we plan to really get to the high schools and, tell them there's a policy, here's how to do it, we can help. So thank you.
Questions? Thank you so much. And this is a really great start, so thank you. Director Moore?
I'm a huge fan of this. Appreciate you guys taking the time to bring this to us. And I just want to tell you, thank you for caring enough about each other and your fellow students to step up, not only take on this role in your individual schools, because it's a lot of work, and it's a burden too, if we know what we're talking about, right? You truly, really must really care about each other to do that. So I very much appreciate that. And I think we'll keep looking at this to try to make something like this different because I think it's a great thing. So good job.
Director Weiniger?
Yes, great job. Thank you for all the effort and time you've put into this. I can tell you guys did a lot of research, and I definitely think it's an idea worth exploring. I've never heard of it before, and I think it's great that some of our high schools have it already.
Director Geiger?
Just briefly, I know you're focusing on high school. Do you think there is a role for high school peer counseling to assist with kids in middle school?
So definitely, this is just, again, like you said, it's just the start. But if this goes into effect, then, and we have all the resources for it and it's all set up, it would be, in my opinion, it would be wonderful to have some of our high school peer counselors go down to the middle schools and elementary schools and maybe help with some behavior or some, like helping kids talk through their problems and what they need from us high schoolers. So yes, I do think that is a wonderful idea.
One thing, I do want to say that there are resources already in Douglas County, so it's not something that needs to be fully recreated, I guess. So the resources are there, you just kind of have to, make it official, I guess.
Great. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wow. I am continually impressed by all of you. Every time you stand up here, this is my fourth time receiving SAG presentations, and every time I'm wowed and left a little bit speechless. So thank you for being here. Thank you for all the work you've done. Thank you for being involved. You are appreciated more than you know. Does anybody else have anything before we? All right. Well, I know you're gonna stay to get your recognitions at our next meeting, but we are going to go ahead and move into our last item, which is adjournment. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. This meeting is now adjourned. All right, the meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Roll call, Geiger.
Present.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving into DCSD Spotlight.
Great, good evening. I'm so thankful that we can take some time this afternoon, not only to hear from our amazing student advisory group, but also to formally recognize them. So to do that, I'm going to turn this over to our staff liaisons to the student advisory group. So if we could have Mark Blair, Chief Technology Officer, Derek Cheney, Director of Athletics and Activities, and Stephanie O'Neill, our Psychological Safety Coordinator, come to the front to lead our recognitions.
Thank you, Stu. We want to say thank you to all of the SAG students tonight, all of the students who are part of our organization all year long. Thank you for your contribution to the student advisory group this year. It's been really fun for Mr. Cheney and I to watch you guys all grow and learn. I hope you guys feel very proud of yourselves. You are students who are very respected by your schools and your school district. We also want to give a thanks to Director Meek and Director Myers. You both are wonderful ladies to work with, and we are grateful for the contribution that you give to SAG every year. We also want to extend a thank you to Mr. Blair. He is a wonderful addition to our team. We are so thrilled to have a cabinet member be part of SAG this year, and he is a terrific addition. Thank you.
Yeah, just to echo what Ms. O'Neill said, thanks for all your support. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight and do our annual presentation and recognition to you guys, so thank you. And we want to bring up the students right away, so we'd like to bring up our officers, and they'll take it from here.
So our student advisory group is a subcommittee of the board that works to allow students to revise and create new policies that are directly impacting them. And these kids are some of our most involved in the district, and they're doing so much, and we're really grateful for them. And they work in groups that are interest specific and create projects to present to the board at the end of the year. And these are things that these kids are really passionate about and have focused on all year. And for that, we're really, really grateful.
And we as officers just would like to take the time to thank the amazing adults that we have had the honor and privilege of working with this year. We just are so grateful for all of your support. I mean, these individuals work around the clock with us. Like, they have given so much time and so much energy. So we, on behalf of the officers, are so grateful to have such amazing people in our lives. So we just thank you all very much. And we just have quick things to hand out. So. And then with that, we are going to go ahead and start with recognitions. So I will be reading our recognized names, and if we could just have the recognized members, when you hear a name, just please come up and receive your certificate and your pin. And then I think that we will have everyone remain standing and just kind of loop around here. So with our recognized members, we have Ladette Gatachu, Lily McFarland, Tori DiFrancesco, Anna Clark,
Recording in progress.
Madeline Anderson, Isabel Ramirez, Jane Graham, Lindsay Walker, Bree Robinson, Rhea Divakar, Ellie Parrots, and Sneha Saw.
I'd also like to present our SAG honored recognized members, which are members who have done a great job and they've gone above and beyond. So, Cameron Wilkes, Heidi Marlin, Caitlin Bree Garcia, Serena Thomas, Evan Buther, Catherine Whitmore, Rayansh Agarwal, Logan Peak, Zoha Mehdi, Lily Foco, and Mark Durden.
All right, we're gonna see if we can get into a tight knit group here. Stand wherever you're good. All right. Do this. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's getting pictures back here. All right. I think that's it. All right.
Thanks again, you guys. Thanks again. Thank you. Congratulations. Thanks again. Do you guys have more? Yeah. Go ahead. Just speak if you want to speak more. Go ahead. Farron, yeah.
I just want to take a minute to thank our officers. We want to thank you guys for the remarkable job that you guys did this year. A lot of progress was made under your leadership in the SAG organization. You worked very well together. You never had conflicts, and you were always kind to one another. You set a terrific example of how leaders work together, listen to each other, and collaborate on tasks. We all wish you the very best in your after graduation endeavors. Just want to take 1 minute. Ella, raise your hand. Ella's going to attend the Clark Honors College at the University of Oregon with a major in either international relations or public policy with a minor in French and education. Allison is going to be attending the Northeastern University in Boston to study environmental science in the fall. Aditya He will be studying LLB law in the UK at the University of Essex and hopes to become a prosecutor. And then Sid will be attending New York University in the fall, and there he will be studying computer science and finance. Thank you for all you gave to SAG this year.
Mark needs to be up here. Yep, and I have Mark come back too.
Sorry, I was about checking the technology.
I'm being bossy. There you go. Oh, thank you. One, two, three. One, two, congratulations.
Great, thank you.
I'll give it to you in a second. I'll give it to you in a second.
The last thing that we just want to do is we want to give an introduction to all of you of our 4 new officers for next year. So for the 25-26 SAG Presidential Board, we have senior co-presidents for next year. So I'd like to bring up Heidi and Caitlin. And then we have junior officers. Mark is not able to join us tonight, but Sam, would you come up and join us, please, as well?
Hi, thank you, Ms. O'Neill, for the announcement. I'm super excited. My name is Caitlin. I'm super excited to be one of your co-presidents for next year, and I just look forward to working with everyone here and working with the board. Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Hi everyone, I'm Heidi Marlin, your 2025-2026 co-president, and I'm so excited to work with every single one of you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sam. I'm your junior officer for next year, and I'm just excited to get to see the Board of Education here for the first time. And I'm happy to see you all next year as hopefully an officer. Thank you.
All right, one more round of applause for our amazing student advisory group. Congratulations. Next, we are going to recognize 3 students tonight who are recipients of the 2025 Daniels Scholarship. This is an incredibly prestigious scholarship, and it may be the highest ever number of scholarships awarded to DCSD students in 1 year. The Daniels Scholars get their full cost of college attendance covered at partner schools in Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming, and up to $100,000 over 4 years if they choose to attend a school outside of the 4-state region. The winning students were selected for their strength of character, leadership potential, commitment to serving the community, and academic potential. This is such a huge accomplishment. So I'm going to ask the following students and their school principal or school representative to join me up front. So I'm going to get through everyone, and then we'll have everyone go up front. And I'm going to, kids, just to give you a little warning, I'm going to ask you what the scholarship means to you. So congratulations to Dylan Munt and Cora Ewan from Chaparral High School, and they are coming up with Principal Greg Gochi. So how about a round of applause for them? And then we have Tevia Reading from Mountain Vista High School, along with Principal Rob Segley and Executive Director of Schools Ian Wells. Okay, I'm going to pass the microphone. And so I'm actually going to let the kids talk first. Tell us a little bit about what your plans are and what this scholarship means to you. But then we have to give your principals the opportunity to brag about you because I know they are so proud. So we'll start right here.
Okay, my name is Cora Ewan. Hello, everybody. I'm planning to go to BYU Hawaii and study intercultural peace building, and I'm going to minor in psychology and marketing. I hope to go into international business. This scholarship truly means the world to me. It gives me such peace of mind, and I'm so grateful for this opportunity to come here and just speak about how grateful I am. And truly, I want to thank Mr. Gochi and all of the teachers at Chaparral High School. I really would be nowhere without them, and I'd like to thank my parents and my family for always supporting supported me and helped me throughout this process. So thank you all so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dylan Munt, also from Chaparral High School. I'm planning to go to CU Boulder in the fall and study MCDB, the molecular, cellular, and developmental biology there. Looking to go a pre-med route, but also take a stance on public policy. So really, what this scholarship means for me is the ability to make change really around the community and the state.
Hi, I'm Tevia Reading. I'm from Mountain Vista High School. I'm planning to attend TCU and study education, and this scholarship is just such a blessing. It opened the door that wouldn't have been possible without it. I'm so thankful to all Mr. Segley and all the teachers at Vista and my mom.
We're so proud of Tevia. She's been a wonderful member of our community for 4 years, involved in pretty much everything. Field hockey, student leadership for 4 years. She's our student body president this year and has led our senior class to some amazing things. And we're excited. We're sad to see her go, but we're excited to have her head down and become a Horned Frog down at TCU. And I'm sure that won't be any fun at all. No, congratulations.
I'm Greg Gochi. I'm the principal at Chaparral High School, and I also would like to recognize we have quite a few SHAP members as a member of SAG, and thank you for your leadership within the district. It means the world to us that you spread out and share with everybody. These two young people here, as you could hear in their voices, it's an amazing feeling when you see an inversion of expertise. When they come in as freshmen and they leave like this, and they're smarter than you, and they're going places where you can never go. And I'm very, very proud of them. And they recognize their teachers, but also their counselors were instrumental in them getting to where they are. It is a very, very long process, and it takes perseverance and tenacity, and I'm so proud of them for that. So congratulations, you two.
Okay, hang out for a minute. We're going to get some quick pictures. And directors Weininger and Geiger are here with your certificates.
Slide it this thing. Congratulations. For the parents. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Mama. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations again. We're so proud of you guys. Congratulations. Okay, now we are going to recognize 5 incredible staff members who have been celebrated for their outstanding contributions to their respective career and student organizations. So I'd like to have Dan McMenemy and Carrie Stubinger come up here and help me recognize these amazing educators. Thank you. Okay. Let's start with the DECA Rookie Teacher of the Year. Kari Risby from Castleview High School, along with her principal, Dr. Gina Templeton, and Executive Director of Schools, Aaron McDonald. Please come on up. How about a round of applause for Kari? The Friends of DECA Award recipient, Diane Shuck from Douglas County High School. Principal Kappas wasn't able to be here, but Aaron McDonald will be standing in for him. Congratulations, Diane. Okay, and HOSA, which is Future Health Professionals Advisor of the Year, Piper Reesner from Legend High School, along with Principal Jason Jacob. The TSA Technology Student Association Advisor of the Year is Deb Tauser, also from Legend High School. Deb, come on up. And then finally, the DECA Teacher of the Year, Jamie Young from Highlands Ranch High School. Please come on up, Jamie, and he'll be joined by Assistant Superintendent Windsor. Congratulations to each one of you. We are really proud of you, and we are really proud of the way that you are inspiring kids every single day in our school district. So I'm actually going to pass the microphone, and I'm going to start with Dan and Carrie to talk about what this means for our district, but then we'd like to hear from each of you.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. This means a ton for our district. As you know, I get the opportunity to come and present to the board on several occasions about numbers of students being successful in classes and scholarship dollars. But these people here are the people that actually make those numbers happen. So with heartfelt thank you for everything that you do for our students in the classroom. You're amazing educators, and we're so proud of the work that you do and so honored to get an opportunity to share this moment with you.
I could say ditto, but what I will say is, having just recently come from a school, I have been blessed to watch these educators shape the hearts and minds of our kids. Our kids do incredible things, but it would not happen without each and every one of you. And so I just say thank you for your drive, your heart, your passion, the hours you spend outside of the school day. You should see these guys at a conference. They don't sleep because they're constantly working to make sure that their students are succeeding and excelling. And 9 times out of 10, when the kids are on stage, these guys are trying to hide in the background. So it's our privilege to bring you into the light to be able to celebrate the great work you're doing. So thank you.
Really this award is extremely meaningful to me. I was a DECA student in high school and was able to compete and came in first place at state and nationals 2 years in a row. And so it's kind of a full circle thing, but it really came from the dedication and commitment that I saw through my own teachers going through high school and wanting to actually give that back. And so it's really about showing up for them every single day and making sure that they know that through a lot of dedication, hard work, commitment, that we can have a lot of fun and they can be successful. And we kind of try to embrace that mindset in everything that we do every day, but it's really about them and just pushing them to do what they do best and whatever that means and looks like for each of them.
We couldn't say nicer things about Carrie's work and the transformative impact she's had on the relatively short time she's been at Castleview. Our kids reflect back our energy, and Carrie has more energy in her pinky than all of the rest of us have in our full bodies. She has such enthusiasm and passion for her program and for her kids. And she has built a school store from the ground up with all of the bumps in the road and the challenges. And she empowers her students to think like business people and act like business people. And we are just so grateful that she's grown the program and has an energy that both students and staff want to be around. So glad to have you at Castleview.
Yes, congratulations to you all. It's so great just to be able to support Castleview and Douglas County High School, but just to be with these amazing educators. Truly, you wear so many hats every single day, and just thank you for your dedication. You make a difference, and now just to take this on and be recognized because you are the ones behind the scene, just huge kudos and congratulations.
I just really am thankful to be here. I believe in just serving the students of our school, and I feel very thankful to have the support of the Board of Education to send me places, and I'm going to hop on a plane on Friday. I know you're all going to feel sorry for me to go to Florida with our kids. And so I really just love the idea of being able to be behind the scenes and helping them, like Carrie talked about, because that's where I find myself thriving the most, and just supporting our students. And thank you and the board for all the support you give us, because that's what allows us to thrive and support them.
Yeah, just to echo, just the support that we get from the board of directors, from Jason at Legend, Danny, everybody that just helps support our programs. I personally am working with our future healthcare professionals, and they are the future and the best and the brightest that we have. And so it's my pleasure to serve them as well.
I'm just grateful to be here and get to work with our amazing students. I think we have just the most amazing students to get to work with every single day. And it's just an honor and a privilege every day to be with them and to get to take them to conferences and to be supported by everyone in our building and outside of the building in all that we do.
I've had the awesome opportunity to work with both these ladies for a very long time. Piper was my first hire at Legend High School. When we opened up the building, I was an athletic director, so she was hired as an athletic trainer. And so she went up through athletic training, obviously helped build a lot of things at the school there, and did a lot of education with CPR and first aid with our student population and our staff. And then she went into the educational route, and she slowly built herself into a full-time position and the host of Pathway. And her numbers went from, I think, like 8 to 10 students participated last year to like almost 40 this year. So she's done an amazing job growing that program, and it's just been fun to see you grow up at Legend as well. Deb, I've known for 20-some years because time at Chaparral before she helped open up Legend, and she's a true needle in a haystack. As far as what she is credentialed and what she can teach, I think she's got 6 classes within one class with all the specialty things that she does, whether it's engineering or coding or architecture, gaming, you name it. Whatever it is, Deb has her hand in it, is making sure those opportunities are there for our students. And she's constantly taking them and creating opportunities outside of the classroom. So I love her. She's been an important part of my life, and the reason why we have strong CTSOs at Legend High School is because of this lady right here. So thank you, Deb, for all of your work and an amazing career that you've had at Legend High School. So CTSOs, you guys are just something that's so important. From my lens, it takes all the skills that the students are doing in English and math and science and social studies, and it's taking it into career paths where they're passionate and they get to now use those skills with something where they're performing, doing projects in front of industry leaders, and it's just such an amazing opportunity that our students get. So just thank you for everything that everybody does and supporting all the CTOs, SOs, and growth we've had within our district.
Well, thank you, and what an honor this was. I was very surprised because I also sit at the state level, so they had to really surprise me. But the honor is working with all of the kids, the 21 years that I've been with Douglas County. What a wonderful, wonderful honor. And I do have to brag because I used to have the best assistant principal. Now she's the best CTE director. And she was the one who would back me up a lot, since I'm the only one at Highlands Ranch, so that I could do all the extra things that I do for DECA at the state level. So thank you for that. And again, what an honor. And again, if you kids need to get involved in CTSOs, they're wonderful.
There's a couple things that come to mind. My mind is going in so many different directions as I think about a couple of things. One, I think Jason alluded to this, the amount of preps that you guys teach in a year. And so the smile will come because it's incredible when we think about the amount of time it takes to be able to meet the needs of our students. Is unbelievable. And what I'd say is every time I heard our students speak, I thought about their opportunity to tap into a passion to allow them to find themselves is because of what you guys do every day. People don't realize the time you spend in the evenings, nights, text messages, emails, fill in the blank that you're doing to prepare to be able to do the things that you do. Having 93 chapters of DECA just alone here in Colorado to be the teacher of the year for DECA is incredible. I was a former DECA kid, thank you, as well. I just want to be able to thank, just really, I think Carrie highlighted as well, they have very little desire to stand up. It's so funny seeing, I knowing Deb and Piper in particular for a really long time as well, they hate talking in front of people and being recognized. But it's so great when I get to see each of these individuals have a chance to get recognized for the incredible work that they do. It's not at all what they wake up to do in the sense of being recognized for the work. They want to create opportunities for kids. And so thank you to Dan and Carrie for the amazing work that you're leading every day. Sorry, I stole her as we went through this process. I also want to thank our superintendent for her commitment as well to pathways in this district. It means the world to all of us, and I know it does to these students, so thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to echo, thank you so much for all you guys do for kids. Every single day it matters, and as you called out your teachers, these kids will be calling you out before you know it. As they go on to be incredibly successful because of the amazing influence each of you had on their lives. So with that, I'm going to have Director Myers and Director Geiger come hand you your certificates, and Director Moore, and we'll do some pictures. And Director Thompson. They're all coming. All right.
You got it?
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
All right. Thank you so much again. That concludes tonight's recognition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 7, the acceptance of agenda. I do have one recommendation, is to move our recess, which is currently item number 28, to right after public comment at item 10, just to give those who have not had an opportunity to get food. So that is my only request. So is there a motion?
Move to adopt the agenda as amended by President Williams.
Second.
Geez, okay. Motion by Geiger and second by Weiniger. Sorry. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. On to superintendent updates.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so superintendent updates for today. State testing is taking place at our schools. Thank you to the staff and students for the hard work they have put in. Our DCSD Language and Cultural Equity Celebration took place on Thursday, April 17th. There were about 1,000 attendees. What a beautiful event made possible by our incredible Language and Cultural Equity Department. At the last board meeting, I shared the many milestone events taking place in April. As a reminder, this particular week is After School Professional Appreciation Week, so thank you to all of our base staff for all the work they do for our kids. Public School Volunteer Week. Thank you to all of our volunteer parents and community members. We would be lost without you. School Bus Driver Appreciation Day is actually today, April 22nd. And I know we love all of our school bus drivers. And Administrative Professionals Appreciation Day is tomorrow, April 23rd. And we would be lost without them as well. So thank you to all those amazing professionals. Mountain Vista High School is going to nationals again. This time, they are going to the United States Academic Decathlon, May 1st through 3rd. Good luck to our Golden Eagles. 6 DCST cosmetology students have been accepted into the Beacon Student Program class of 2025. This is a 3-day educational event happening May 31st through June 2nd in Orlando, Florida. Congratulations to Ava Banks from Mountain Vista, Hadassah Grado from Thunder Ridge, Gabriella Olivardo from Rock Canyon, Cal Goodling from Ponderosa High School, Will Sawyer from DC Oaks High School, and Emily Witten from Rock Canyon High School. Congratulations also to Legend High School junior, Maddie Combs. Maddie was named Miss Colorado's Teen 2024 through the Miss America Teen Organization. As part of this role, Maddie has the privilege of representing Colorado and advocating for her community service initiative, Fentanyl Free Futures, which focuses on preventing accidental overdoses among teenagers through education and awareness. Congratulations, Maddie. The Ponderosa Culinary Team brought home first place on March 28th. I know, right? At the Escoffer Challenge in Boulder. The team prepared salad nicasse, chicken fricassee with rice pilaf. Each team member receives $3,500 in scholarship funds. Mrs. Kimberly Baldwin is the teacher, and students on the team were Weston Adams, Davis Smith, Jake Wilkinson, and Reese Walker. Congratulations to the Ponderosa culinary team. 2 DCSD high school seniors received the inaugural Rising Star Scholarship from the town of Castle Rock. These students were selected for demonstrating outstanding leadership and a deep commitment to their community. Each student was awarded $1,000. Congratulations to Maya Aries from Douglas County High School and Ren Rosenberg from Ponderosa High School. Author Laura Nomhoff is best known for her beloved book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. I know many of us have read that book endlessly to our children. She visited Coyote Creek Elementary to speak with first and second graders. She shared the fun story of how she came up with the idea for her famous book, what inspired her love for writing and illustrating children's stories, and she introduced her newest book, Max and Mama. DCSD Art Show starts this week at the Legacy campus. I want to encourage everyone to stop by. The middle and high school show is April 24th through the 30th, and the elementary show is May 2nd through 8th. This annual art exhibition of the Douglas County School District highlights the creative endeavors of our remarkable student artists. Students from kindergarten through 12th grade are recognized for their talents. We congratulate the artists that have been selected for this event, and again, we invite family and community members to stop by on those days and view the exhibition. DCSD's annual retirement celebration takes place Thursday, May 1st from 5:30 to 7 p.m. at the Legacy campus. We are excited to have the opportunity to congratulate and thank our retirees as we wish them the best for their next chapter. The 2025 State of DCSD event takes place Thursday, May 8th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Legacy campus. All of our community members are invited and encouraged to come to hear about the latest things happening in DCSD and what we have to look forward to. And finally, next Monday, I will have the opportunity to connect with the majority of our teachers and staff members on the last professional development day of the 24-25 school year. I will be visiting our professionals in each and every feeder area on Monday, and I could not be more excited to see all of our teachers and staff. That concludes updates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving into item 9, which is public comment. Tonight, 3 minutes will be allotted for each speaker. Please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests or staff in the room. Please also keep comments appropriate for a K-12 audience, and please speak into the microphone. We will start with a student and their mom, Wesley Faulkner, and then JC Faulkner.
He asked me to go first. I hope
Great.
that's okay. Speaking here has never been a bucket list item for me. However, after a recent meeting containing the final piece of the puzzle, I feel I have no other choice but to tell a portion of our story. You see, I keep getting the same answer from the bottom all the way to the top. Go elsewhere, preferably away. It's the same answer everywhere I turn. And I've tried that so many times over the years that I've now lost count. Worse, I'd been led to believe all along that the problem was me. And I'm ashamed to admit that I allowed that narrative to take hold inside me for a time, but only until I knew better. I'm a parent to a student with multiple exceptionalities. We'll simplify it by calling it 2E. Extraordinary gifts and talents on one side, hindrances on the other, all at the same time. What does one do with such a paradox? You innovate. I've had to become a self-expert in all things GT and SPED, authoring ALPs, 504s, and IEPs. I successfully married federal and state law into one document so that my child could get both sides of his bell curve met. I call it the IEP GT. When that didn't work, I expanded this idea on a larger scale with a hybrid placement in both public and private schools for him, all in the same day. In a recent meeting, I asked for help again because I was stuck. My son and I both explained that all of the schools we have been a part of don't have standard protocols in place for this type of learner. The response we got fell short. There was no problem-solving part of that meeting, and I was told to seek out another school, specifically STEM or Rock Canyon. I had previously toured at STEM and knew that it would not be a good fit. It also wasn't hard to find that the 2025 Teacher of the Year finalist from that school was accused of an inappropriate relationship with a student. So no, I don't feel comfortable sending my child there. Rock Canyon has a wait list so long that there would be no way for us to even get into the school. As such, a denial of FAPE was the answer we got, with a quick boot out the door to go along with it. My ask: leadership, accountability, a high enough bar for all of DCSD students, and true moral courage.
15 seconds remaining.
True moral courage, for it takes sacrificing comfort to acquire it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, directors. My name is Wesley Faulkner, and I am a 7th grader at Cimarron Middle School. When my mom said that she wanted to speak tonight, I said I wanted to as well, because I need to hear people to hear my story about who I am and how I got here. I am a kid who loves to learn. I can't read enough books. My mom had to take me to the library many times a week when I was younger. I've always been interested in how things work, especially machines. So we used to visit construction sites to watch the vehicles. I like to build things. I built a fort outside and it was all underground. I didn't realize it at the time, but I probably used a lot of math to build that thing. My mom let me enjoy it for a bit, but I had to tear it down because she thought that critters such as snakes might enjoy it too and find me. I've played the cello since kindergarten and I share it with others. Every year, I perform a solo recital for the elderly people at centers. I also help my friends in orchestra every day, such as tuning them. I learn something new every day, and I love that. I take everything in very quickly because I have a processing speed of 99%. I want to be an aerospace engineer. I also have ADHD. This makes me a student who is twice exceptional because I sit on both sides of the equation. So I need help with some things in my school in order to keep doing what I love to do, which is to learn. This is where the things get disappointing. I've now been forced out of 3 schools because my needs are apparently too much to handle. I've watched my mom advocate for me so hard that her health has suffered. Like I said before, I take everything in, even when people don't realize it. So I've learned some valuable lessons. For example, I know now what it looks like to get up and try again by watching my mom. I've learned that bullying of students and their parents is okay in this district. That ego and power is part of education. I've learned that people can talk all they want, but that their actions will tell me the truth of who they are. I've been without a school due to the open enrollment trap before, and nobody seems to care. When I've shared how all this felt in a recent meeting with a district VIP, I was told the same thing that I've been told before, that I can choose another school anytime I want to. This has got to stop. Even thinking about going from school to school for the rest of my life like pinball is not a game to me. I've been living it and the cost is too great. It is not the right answer. I learned that from that meeting that no one is coming to save me or own me, and that stung. I was told I was just one of 60,000 students. Fighting to get the education I need is a waste of time, resources, and brain power. I'd rather be doing what I know my brain can do. My ask: stop doing this to kids at every level. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We are going to go ahead and move to our remote speakers, starting with David Cosell, Mary Beth Tullis, and then Emily Stokes. David, are you there?
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry I can't be there tonight. Battling a bit of a cold, so bear with me on this. In 2012, Lot 1, Block 2 in Crystal Valley was given to the town of Castle Rock to be held for the benefit of the district for a future middle school site. Also in 2012, the town of Castle Rock, not including Castle Pines, had about 48,000 residents with 4 middle schools. Fast forward to 2025, estimates show there are about 90,000 residents in Castle Rock, nearly 90% growth rate. This includes a massive growth in Crystal Valley. A reasonable person would expect a proportionate number of middle schools to be built to handle the influx in population. However, since 2012, only 2 new middle schools have opened their doors to the public, both being charter schools. Based on the current estimates, that leaves us with about a 1 in 15,000 ratio of middle schools to residents and a 1 in 45,000 ratio of public middle schools to residents, a significant difference from 2012. And that is just present day. Castle Rock continues to grow, and within the next few years, there are plans for over 5,000 new homes in the Pine Valley area. Yet, on January 28th of this year, you agreed that a future middle school site in Crystal Valley was deemed surplus and accepted a $500,000 payment in exchange for that land. How does this make any sense, given the ratios that I just stated? How does this make sense when you just received a $490 million bond, voted bond by the people, that includes plans to build 2 new elementary schools? Where will all of those kids go when they graduate from elementary school? How does this make sense when there is no time limit defined in the original contract with the developer? You could have held onto that land forever. How does this make sense when you will inevitably need to build another school and the land you will need to buy will far exceed the $500,000 payment you received to forfeit the land that you just had? Let me ask you, when you voted on January 28th, did you consider the existing community? Did you consider the impact on families like mine? Based on the plans I've seen, when construction begins, there will be earth movers right on my fence line and approximately 20 feet from my living room. A much more invasive project than building a school, which I would welcome with open arms. I have a 5-year-old daughter. She loves playing out in our backyard. This project would effectively make it unsafe for her to be out there. Did you consider the fact that when construction begins, we will essentially be bound to our homes for years? No one will want to buy a home in a single-family home construction zone.
15 seconds remaining.
The impact to those directly affected. I strongly recommend and even beg you to reconsider the vote on January 28th of this year and rescind your decision before closing on May 1st.
Thank you. Mary Beth Tullis, Emily Stokes, and then Laura Spitzenberger. Mary Beth, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, school board directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Mary Beth Tullis, and I am a parent of 2 DCSD students, a 4th grader at Heritage and a junior at Mountain Vista. While I am saddened by the proposed school pairings, I will support the affected families and teachers however I can. As an advocate for struggling readers and their families, I would like to use my public comment time to share a little bit about a documentary film I recently watched titled The Truth About Reading. I'd like to thank the wonderful Lenny Nordheim, DCSD's amazing dyslexia specialist, for recommending it. Lenny's efforts are outstanding, and the way she educates teachers is empowering and inspiring. Here's just a short summary of the film. Millions of American children and even some adults struggle with reading, and the truth about reading digs deep to find out why. This documentary uncovers the factors that contribute to America's literacy crisis and exposes just how widespread the issue is. From featuring advocates for phonics-based instruction to discussing groundbreaking approaches to teaching reading, this film is packed with insights into how we can tackle this challenge head on. My ask this evening is to have all school board members watch this documentary. I would also like to encourage the community, parents, teachers, EAs, principals, middle high school students to watch it as well. This film could engage our community in conversation around literacy and how we can truly apply the research and the science. It's all there to all classrooms across Douglas County not just a select few. A film like this could be a great starting point for our community. It's not selling anything, no expensive curriculum, nothing fancy, just the truth. On Sunday, May 18th from 1 to 3 p.m., I will be showing this documentary at the Lone Tree Library. It is a free community event. All are welcome. Thank you, and I can't wait to hear your thoughts about the truth about reading.
Thank you, Emily Stokes, and then Laura Spitzenberger. Emily, are you there?
She is not online.
Okay. Laura Spitzenberger?
Asking to unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me and appreciate your time, board members. I'm calling tonight, again, just reaching out for Heritage Elementary and hoping that you will actually listen to the community and support us in this to not close our school. I hope that you will take time to delay the vote if you are leaning towards that until we can actually see if this process will work. And by that, I mean, why don't we try a pilot program? Close Acres Green, merge it with Fox Creek, and let's see if it will work before we decide to close a thriving top-tier school like Heritage Elementary. Because there's still so many questions unanswered, as you can see from the other callers ahead of me, like David, the discrepancies with the district, the many things they promise they're going to do, but they don't do, like the busing. How are we going to offer extra busing routes when we can't even handle the ones that we have now? Why would we charge citizens to produce core requests and documents when you simply say to refer to the Growth and Decline website? Where did our $1,241 go? How can a school district profit off its citizens to just then produce information that we can supposedly find ourselves? So again, I want to stress to you that you are in a position to be the ones to change this, to be the ones who stand up for our community and vote no on this. Be the ones to create real change in our district that will help us move in the right direction and not the wrong direction. I also urge you to be the ones to help us tell the district no more money from taxpayers will be wasted or mismanaged on things like this or unused assets. Be the ones to help us put parents back in control of their children's education and not the higher ups in the district who don't even see the classrooms that we see every day. And that's all I have to say. I really hope that you will take this seriously and know that, again, you can be the change makers. You can be the ones. You might have been elected and appointed as volunteer board members, but right now you are so much more than that. And here's your opportunity to show the district that, show the community that, show everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we are going to move to in-person. We will start Julie Watkins, Lacey Gansey, and then Jennifer Iverson. Julie.
Hi, good evening, guys. My name's Julie Watkins, and I'm an engaged parent with two students, one who just graduated last year and the other one is a junior at Castleview. I plan to speak tonight on behalf of Dougco Collective. It's a volunteer-led nonprofit with the mission of educating the Douglas County community on public education issues that impact our school district. Yesterday, we released a statement condemning the actions of two DCSD Board of Education officers who included their names and titles in their board director capacity to a letter to the Colorado High School Activities Association demanding they, quote, immediately adopt rules and practices to ensure that boys are not permitted to compete as girls in girls' sports. The letter went on to demand a revision in policy to the current CHSAA bylaws, which allow participation by transgender athletes based on their gender identity rather than biological sex. This afternoon, the Denver Post reported that the association's legal counsel indicated in a public meeting on Tuesday that it would not alter its policy and plans to remain neutral on the issue by leaving those decisions to member schools. So rather than reading DUDCO collective statements as I originally intended, I brought printed copies for every board member to get on the record, and instead I'm going to speak on my own behalf. I'm not here to talk about whether transgender students should play sports with the biological sex that they identify with or not. I'm here to talk about two school board leaders, President Christy Williams and Secretary Becky Myers, signing a letter to CHSAA calling for a ban on transgender girls in K-12 sports as if they were speaking for the whole school board and community. They weren't. There was no vote, no discussion, no transparency. That's not leadership, that's misrepresentation. Our school district's strategic plan calls for creating an inclusive culture where all students feel safe and valued. Their actions do the opposite. Instead of focusing on urgent needs like school funding, student mental health, or teacher support, they're once again pushing culture war politics into our schools. And 4 years ago, these two ran on a platform of taking politics out of the classroom and the boardroom. And as they near the end of their terms, I've not seen much evidence of any attempt to let up on bringing national far right-wing politics into our district. We deserve better, our community deserves better, our students deserve better. Do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Lacey Gansey, Jennifer Iverson, and Brianna Ranger.
Good evening, board members. Just want to make sure everyone hears me since I've been emailing and talking to deaf ears for about 2 years now. Good evening. My name is Lacey Gansey, and I've sat here long enough watching this board gaslight this community, weaponize silence, and play politics with the lives of our children. You all love to say, keep politics out of the classroom and out of the boardroom. But let's be honest. The board has done nothing but play politics since the day you were sworn in. You've brought extremist groups into our schools, pushed personal agendas, and prioritized headlines over human beings. Even called me a bully, Ms. Myers. And now your politics are costing real kids, my kids, our kids, their education. Becky Myers, your behavior is unethical, unprofessional, and unacceptable. You've repeatedly violated your own code of ethics by lashing out at constituents and aligning with political groups on school grounds. You have weaponized your position against anyone who disagrees with you, and yet somehow still have a seat up there. If this board has any backbone, you would be gone already. And Christy Williams, while you were busy signing letters to the CHSAA to exclude transgender kids from sports in the name of federal law, the district was actively ignoring federal and state protections for my biracial children, who were victims of a hate crime on your watch. Don't preach about law and fairness when your record shows nothing but selective enforcement and silence. Let me tell you what's happening behind the scenes, because while you pretend to be protecting kids, mine are being dragged through depositions this week. Hours of invasive questioning, re-traumatizing them all over again, just so that the district can cover their own failures. And who's paying for that? The taxpayers? Thousands of dollars, not to protect students, but to defend a broken system. This board consistently says it's all about the kids, but if it was, my children wouldn't be fighting for justice at all while you fight to keep your seats. If it was, you'd own your mistakes and not bury them. Becky, Christy, and anyone on this board who stands for this behavior, you should all resign. You've made it clear that you don't represent all students. You represent a select few who fit your narrative. You weaponized your positions to protect yourselves. And finally, don't mistake my exhaustion for weakness. I have fought for 2 years, and I am just getting louder. I will not stop until my children and every other marginalized student in this district are protected and not politicized. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer Iverson, Brianna Ranger, and then Joe Cavassini.
Good evening. I am speaking on behalf of Douglas County parents this evening. Douglas County parents are excited for students to get to read the books on the consent agenda. Dear Justice by Nick Stone is set during modern times. It's a powerful and heart-wrenching story about two boys growing up in Atlanta. One boy has the support of his family and the other does not. This book deals with themes of poverty, growing up with a lack of adult guidance, and the experiences of young Black men. The Boys in the Boat by Daniel James Brown is set during the Great Depression about a rowing team's efforts to compete in the 1936 Olympics. It shows the resilience of a group of young white men to overcome challenges and become reliant on each other to gain success. 2 AP courses are also up for approval: African American History and American Indian History. Both of these elective classes will be available through concurrent enrollment at Arapahoe Community College. They both have the potential for a greater understanding of our collective history and improve our own knowledge. Douglas County Parents is deeply concerned about the ongoing lack of leadership in this board, where negative focus remains narrowly on a very small group of students, while the larger urgent challenges to public education are being ignored. We are facing devastating issues like chronic funding shortages, a severe teacher shortage, school closures, and poor literacy rates. These problems affect all students, yet the board majority's attention continues to be misdirected by national agendas, leaving the future of our schools at risk. It's time for a shift in priorities, one that addresses these growing challenges and ensures all students have the resources and opportunities they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna Ranger, Joe Cavassini, and then Callie Wolf.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again tonight. I'm here as a parent representing a growing community of families advocating for our twice exceptional students here in Douglas County. When these students' needs go unmet or misunderstood, the consequences are often profound, emotionally, academically, and socially for the student, the family, and the educators doing the best without the right tools. Too often, twice exceptional students are mischaracterized. What looks like defiance, inattention, or laziness is frequently anxiety, sensory overload, or executive functioning struggles. A strength in one area can mask a disability in another, and vice versa, causing them to fall through the cracks. This leads to missed identification, delayed support, and growing frustration on all sides. We're here to collaborate with the board, with district leadership, and with educators to create a system that works better for everyone. That work starts with comprehensive and ongoing training for all staff, not just SPED and mental health, but general education teachers and administrators as well. These trainings should include real-world examples from families, concrete tools for intervention, and clear guidance on recognizing the nuances of twice exceptionality. Parents are ready to be part of the solution. We are asking for the opportunity to participate in and help shape these trainings and to establish a 2E Parent Advisory Committee to support staff development and bring lived experience into planning and implementation. We also ask for a renewed focus on early identification. Wait and see is not working, and too many students are missed by Child Find. The tools for identification exist. We just need to use them earlier and more consistently. Another critical piece is the collaboration of IEP and ALP planning. Twice exceptional students need SPED and GT to be addressed simultaneously, with families at the table to build integrated, strength-based plans. We ask the board to explore alternative placement models outside of the traditional AN, SSN, and Discovery programs as they don't meet the full range of 2E needs, and to create a district-level 2E team, including behavior specialists, neuropsychologists, experienced 2E educators, and pediatric experts to guide schools, evaluate programs, and support staff. We're not asking for perfection. We're just asking for partnership. This isn't just about creating better experiences for 2E learners. It's about building a more responsive, more inclusive system for all students. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to every learner in Douglas County.
Thank you. Joe Cavassini, Callie Wolf, and then Katie Bibler.
Good evening. At the April 22nd meeting, all I heard about was this notion of transparency and full engagement when it came to the school consolidation recommendations. I'm here to say that my experience with my March 27th core request has been the exact opposite. Even though 3 days is considered reasonable under CORA to produce documents in response to CORA requests, it's been 25 days. I still don't have adequate formal responses required by CORA. I don't have adequate responses consistent with what was agreed upon with Mr. Colella, and I still don't have many of the responsive documents that were requested. This is particularly frustrating in light of the 3 hours and 40 minutes I spent on the phone with Mr. Colella on April 3rd, 4th, and 7th, discussing specifically what I was looking for and what responsive documents DCSD would likely have in its possession. I did get some responses on April 10th, along with the request to pay $1,241, which I did put on my personal credit card. But the responses were inadequate. They were not made in good faith. They were inconsistent with what CORA required, and they were not in accordance with, once again, what I agreed to with Mr. Colella. This prompted an April 14th letter to Mr. Colella. Each and every board member was copied on that, along with a very detailed rebuttal. You were copied on that as well. And as you know, all of this that we see here in blue is my explanation as to why the responses were unacceptable. I've gotten no response to the rebuttal. What I did get is a couple days later, I got a letter with a single 11-page document explaining that I was being charged $500 to produce a single 11-page document, which was incredibly frustrating because I had requested an accounting as to how my money was being spent, and none had been provided. So the bottom line is, here we are today. I don't have adequate responses to my core requests. I don't have many of the responsive documents. And during the virtual meeting on April 15th with the Heritage community, the question was posed, would the board consider postponing its vote on the school consolidation recommendations until these core requests were satisfied? The response was that it could be pulled from the agenda, and that's exactly what I'm here asking the board to do.
15 seconds remaining.
If it truly was interested in full engagement and transparency, it would pull the vote on the school consolidation recommendations until these documents that me and many other Heritage parents have been waiting on for nearly a month.
Thank you. Callie Wolf, Katie Bibler, and then Ryan Leahy. Callie.
Good evening, directors. I wouldn't be my authentic self if I didn't come up here one last time tonight to fight for Heritage. Despite the level of exhaustion that myself and many of our parents have, we are still here tonight, whether virtually or in person, to fight for our school until the very end, because Heritage, its students, families, staff, and its legacy deserves to be fought for. Thank you for answering the call to come be present in our consolidation meetings with the communities. And thank you for hearing my request for a bus stop at Heritage so that we could keep some form of a community gathering place in our neighborhood. I'd like to just leave you with one last story and plea. When we first looked at buying our home, I knew, and I've explained here, that proximity to Heritage was a big plus. However, the proximity to the playground I was less sure of. The house backs up to the school playground, and as someone who gets easily overstimulated by noise, especially the kind that may come with elementary school kids, I wasn't sure if this was the right choice. But over the past 5 years of living there, I've come to realize that that sound, the sound of kids laughing, playing, forming their first friendships,
is something that I will profoundly miss. Losing this school isn't just about buildings or budgets, it's about the quiet that will come after. And that quiet, I can tell you, it will be heavy. It will mean something beautiful has been taken away from this community. Please don't let that happen.
Thank you. Katie Bibler, Ryan Leahy, and then Amy Winju.
Good evening. My name is Katie Bibler, and I'm a Heritage Elementary parent. We have said it over and over again. You've already heard it tonight. The transparency of this recommendation process is seriously lacking. I'm not sure that it's intentional, but it is insulting because myself and many parents do not see the growth and decline team making any changes to be more transparent. It is the same song and dance today as it was a year or so ago when this all started. I would like to thank the board for hearing our plea and attending the recent pairing meetings. I understand the benefits of this consolidation. I'm not arguing against that. I'm arguing against the process of the pairing schools recommendation. We are told there's been hundreds of hours of discussion. So when the core request was submitted by another parent, I expected to see meeting notes, memos, emails, all kinds of evidence of these laborious discussions, but we were given nothing like that. The Growth and Decline website proves some work was done, but it doesn't prove the quality or integrity of the work. Because we have very little trust in the superintendent and her cabinet, seeing the raw notes of meetings and discussions surrounding pairings would have gone a long way to give us faith in these recommendations. Please do not paint me as a hysterical negative parent. I've been very calm, honest, and positive with my 3 children about the possibility of moving down the street to Summit View. So much so that my 3rd grader has asked to be the new mascot of the new school, and my kindergartner wants to help choose a name. This is not about why consolidation is beneficial. This is about demanding better from leadership. I sent this in an email to y'all many months ago, but it is worth repeating. I think the best leadership model for community representatives is called servant leadership. There are many markers of what makes a servant leader, but I think this quote sums it up nicely. The servant leader shares power, puts the needs of others first, and helps people develop and perform as highly as possible. I have zero hope that the majority of you will vote no today. I'm fully in the acceptance phase of the inevitable consolidation of Heritage Elementary. But I still hold a little hope that every word and promise made by Growth and Decline team and you all will be met 100% within the next year as plans are made for our newly paired school. I want to be blown away by how all these promises are kept. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ryan Leahy, Amy Winju, Oscar Duran.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ryan Leahy. I'm a resident of Highlands Ranch, an HRCA delegate, and a proud dad of a 2-year-old and a 1st grade student at Heritage Elementary. Highlands Ranch isn't a declining community, it's a maturing one. The median age here in our neighborhood is around 41, but rises to actually 49 when you exclude children. That means many of our neighbors are approaching retirement, and we all know what comes next, downsizing. Nationally, most homeowners downsize between ages 55 and 70. In a neighborhood like mine, Kentley Hills, where the average home is 2,800 square foot, we're going to see more homes go on the market, and with a bit of a market correction, young families will move in. Families just like mine who want exactly what's at risk right now, great neighborhood schools. Now let's talk about the data that you're going to see again tonight from 2012. Why 2012? Because 2012 was right after the housing crash. When homes were cheap, families were mobile, and enrollment surged. If that's your baseline, then yes, it looks like we're in a decline. But let's be honest, families didn't want to stop wanting to live here. They were priced out. And now that's starting to change. And here's something else that the demographers model missed, where families want to live. Highlands Ranch consistently ranks as one of the top places in Colorado to raise a family. Safe neighborhoods, strong communities, and yes, great schools. When affordability catches up, our enrollment will too. The line, if we need them later, we'll just reopen the schools. We have the buildings. But look at this process. You're going to hear 1,500 hours to evaluate and shut down a school, but not consider things like open enrollment and merit. Doesn't that sound crazy, by the way? If that's what it's taking to close one, how long is it going to be to bring one back? In school terms, that doesn't math. This is not a light switch. It's not a reversible decision. This is a permanent loss dressed up as a temporary fix. And here's what makes it worse. Property owners in this community are barely being told this is happening. Most have no idea their neighborhood school could vanish, very little notice, like us, and minimal outreach. If you're going to say this is a decision serving the community, then why not involve the entire community? Also, these kids already lived through COVID. They lost structure, consistency, and critical learning years, and now you want to uproot them again. Let's be honest, this isn't a necessary sacrifice, it's a disruption for convenience and money. And finally, to take the emotion out of this, as I have heard in dialogue, studies show that school closures weaken community bonds, lower property values, and increase crime. The ripple effect of this will last far longer than any temporary savings. To our board, which consists of mothers, fathers, grandfathers, grandmothers, ex-police officers, all exceptional problem solvers, you are simply not the pawns on this board.
15
You are the
seconds
queens and
remaining.
kings chosen and elected by us to protect our children. Don't let short-term strategies sacrifice our long-term future. Pause the vote, give us time, let's build better solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Winju, Oscar Duran, and then Shane Kelly.
Hi, good evening. I would like to thank Board Christy Williams and Board Director Becky Myers for showing the initiative to protect girls in sports by signing the coalition letter, of which over 60 school board directors and districts across our state signed the CHASA letter. That was a large coalition. Although some in our state wish to make this a political issue, it isn't. Most of us here are old enough to remember what it took for girls and women just to obtain the right to play sports, let alone to get funded. This letter to CHASA is requesting that they comply with civil rights law, to include President Trump's Title IX executive order, which reversed Title IX changes back to 2020. While the Colorado Department of Education has stated they're not going to listen to Trump's DEI orders, it's worth pointing out that CHASA's legal counsel, Alex Halpern, stated that CHASA's position is that determining who is eligible to participate on an interscholastic team is a decision made by the local school board. So I would like to ask this school board to consider writing a policy that will protect girls' sports and state that only biological girls can play on biological girls' sports. That sounds kind of reasonable to me. I'd also like to now briefly speak on the novel that's up for review this evening, Dear Justice. It's a great book. It talks about some of the issues going on in our justice system that aren't equal. At the same time, this book is geared towards ninth graders and is by a teacher that has openly stated on the request form that this book falls in line with DCSD's equity policy as it delves into, this is the teacher's words, not mine, systemic racism, social justice, addresses marginalized communities, deals with social inequities, and promotes critical thinking about justice and equity. What are the social merits of this book? What are the literary values? What are we wishing to teach students with this book? Is it to teach social justice, or is it to teach literary value? These are things I would like teachers to be, the board directors, to consider when reviewing this book as anything else. Anyhow, once again, congratulations, Christy Williams and Becky Myers, for standing up for girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oscar Duran, Shane Kelly, and then Hannah Kelly.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, audience.
Excuse me.
Thank you, audience. Thank you. Oscar?
Good evening. I'm here to talk about the Crystal Valley Ranch Building 14, Block 2, Lot 1. So I got over here this document that you're saying that the site is too small, it's 20 acres, because you need 30 acres. But let me tell you something. Schools here in Castle Rock have been built in less than 20 acres. So what do you need 30 acres? I'm an architect as a profession. And then we can build schools in 5 acres. If you choose the right professionals, you have 20 acres here to build a a really big school over here. So do you consider, you say that you don't need the school, but do you consider all the 5,000 homes that they're gonna build on the other side of the freeway on the west side? There's gonna be a lot of children. Big demanding for this. So I think you guys need to reconsider to build the school here in this lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane Kelly and then Hannah Kelly.
Hello. I would like to follow up on the previous discussion by Oscar and David Kozel on Lot 1, Block 2 in Castle Rock's Crystal Valley neighborhood by bringing up an important point found in the Douglas County School District's 2024 to 25 Master Capital Plan. This is a direct quote from that document. All currently existing neighborhood elementary schools in the Douglas County High School feeder system are likely to be at or over capacity within the 10-year outlook. Given that information, it does make sense that a $490 million bond was sought after in order to build more elementary schools. In doing so, this would put an ease on the feeder system at the elementary school level. Then, once they graduate, they have to go to middle school next. In giving up one of the largest potential middle school sites in Douglas County in Crystal Valley for the comparable drop in the bucket of $500,000, literally that's it, we are not only selling out Castle Rock's children's futures, we are restricting where Castle Rock's elementary school graduates can go, putting a larger potential strain on our educators and creating an overflow problem into the middle school portion of the school system. Furthermore, if elementary schools are overcrowded, the capital plan offers a solution, the option to move 6th graders out of the elementary school system and place them into our district's middle schools. This could either happen due to slow construction of the currently planned elementary schools or after the new neighborhood in Pine Valley, also known as where the Costco will go across the interstate, is built, bringing in more families with more school-aged children. That's right. We will potentially further exacerbate the lack of a conveniently placed middle school in the Crystal Valley neighborhood of Castle Rock by increasing the amount of middle school students by up to 50%, head math being 2 grades of students, 50% more is 3. This doesn't even account for the future overflow problem that I already stated just from Douglas County elementary schools expecting to be over capacity in the next 10 years in the previously discussed master capital plan. And we expect that wave to be carrying on to the later grades, middle school and high school. With this in mind, I sincerely hope that the school board reconsiders the January 28th decision to sell for $500,000 that property to the developers. And if you rescind the letter by May 1st, that would be much appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hannah Kelly.
Hello, my name is Hannah Kelly, and I'm also speaking to the plot of land for the middle school in Crystal Valley. I apologize that we're kind of coming at this a little bit late. When I moved into my home, we were told that that area was zoned for a school, and we didn't dig into contracts to find the one sentence that said that maybe that wasn't going to be the case, unfortunately. And the first we learned about it was we got a letter from town council saying that it was up for vote that you guys had sent a letter saying you would never put a middle school there. And so the town was needing to give it back to the developer to build more homes on. And we went to that meeting and we said, hey, what's going on? How do we change this? And they said we needed to come talk to you guys. It was to their... They had told us that the long-range planning committee had decided on this. as somebody that is a Crystal Valley resident, possible to have children in the Douglas County School District system someday, as well as just a person that lives nearby. The fact that I was not informed on this decision, or kind of how there was no communication. And they had that meeting and they decided it was surplus. And the reasoning around that surplus was, quote, site too small and geographically undesirable. There was no community input on this, and then it was put in the minutes for you all to approve, and it was passed through with no discussion of this board. So I just want to kind of talk to this and explain why this is incorrect, and why that I want to give the community input that was skipped over the first time. So first of all, the site is too small. As Oscar was saying, there is in that capital plan, they say that middle school sites should be 30 acres. This isn't reasonable given that the middle schools we currently have, not a single one is 30 acres. Castle Rock Middle School is 35 if you include the greenery that is shared by the high school. Mesa Middle School is about 20 acres. World Compass Academy is 6.4 acres. Renaissance Secondary School is under 4 acres. Academy Charter School, which is a middle school and pre-K to 8, is about 7 acres. Aspen U Charter, which is also elementary and middle school, is about 6 acres. So tell me why we need 30 acres when we have just over 20 acres that would be available. That argument does not stand. The other one being geographically undesirable. It is in Crystal Valley, which is a little bit further south. Given that Douglas County goes all the way up into Highlands Ranch, I understand that seems far away for some people.
15 seconds remaining.
But for those of us that live down there and the new Pine Valley build, it is a good location. So I hope you will rescind the letter that was sent on in March for more discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. That concludes public comment. We will move into our recess and come back at 6:45. Back in session. Moving on to items 11 through 27 of the adoption of consent agenda. The recommendation is that we approve them as recommended. Do I have a motion?
Move to adopt the consent agenda items now 11 through 26? 12 through 27.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Myers. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson? Aye. Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Moving into the adoption of joint motion agenda, approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the board approves the minutes from the regular meeting held on April 8th. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes? Sorry.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Moore, second by Thompson. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. Now I think we're back on track with item number 29, growth and decline, the board's consideration of school pairing recommendations for a 45-minute presentation and a 60-minute Q&A.
Thank you, and good evening, Board of Education. We have created a slide deck that is a summary of what you've previously seen, and of course, we will all be here to answer any outstanding questions. So I just want to, once again, always we're centered on kids. This is about kids. For us, it's about opportunities for kids. Overview of the process to date. So just as a reminder, during the 23-24 school year, we discussed growth and decline with the Board of Education multiple times, as well as with various community groups, SACs, staff throughout Highlands Ranch. August through January, we collected feedback on criteria and considerations through staff meetings, through our official committees, through the district leadership team, board committees, a survey, and dozens of community meetings that were both in person and virtual. In January, we made policy recommendations to the Board of Education based on that feedback. In February, the Board of Education approved the policy. The staffing plan was released to our 16 buildings in Highlands Ranch that were under consideration. And we attended multiple staffing meetings to make sure that staff across Highlands Ranch understood the staffing plan. February through March, Cabinet and executive directors perform a detailed analysis of the many pairing scenarios based on the criteria and considerations put forward by the Board of Education. And in March, the recommendations that staff were making were announced. And we did an initial set of engagements of staff and parents, HRCA, county commissioners, a memo to HRMD, and we released a second survey. And then on April 2nd, we briefed the Long Range Planning Committee, and they chose to do a resolution in support of the recommendations. And then finally, on April 8th, we made our recommendations at the Board of Education meeting. Since April 8th, there have been a number of engagements, 6, 3 in person and 3 virtually. And I would like to personally thank the Board of Education directors for attending those engagements and hearing from our community. So in summary, the recommendations under your consideration tonight are 3 school pairings: Saddle Ranch Elementary into El Dorado Elementary, Heritage Elementary into Summit View Elementary, and Acres Green Elementary into Fox Creek Elementary. We are also recommending that 6th grade across Highlands Ranch, across all 3 feeders, Highlands Ranch High School feeder, the Mountain Vista High School feeder, and the Thunder Ridge High School feeder, that 6th graders in all of those feeder schools go to the middle school for 6th grade. And then finally, we have specific boundary adjustments. I'm not going to go through the boundary adjustments in detail, as I think you are all very familiar with those boundary adjustments, but I did want to include the maps on the slides so that they're kind of there for the record. And then a few updates since April 8th. Chief of Staff Steve Colella is going to share the updates kind of on each pairing or answered questions that we are continuing to work towards.
Good evening, directors. Thank you. So we'll just take each pairing one by one. We've got a slide for each. What you have there is just our most frequently asked questions that we've had to date in the last couple of weeks. So we've had questions about some of you's building size. We actually, as with other issues that have come up, we've updated our FAQ on that. Some of you is about 5,000 square feet bigger than Heritage, and we understand that the county assessor's office, that page isn't updated, and we're working with the county assessor. In fact, I believe Mr. Cosgrove talked with him today about what it'll take to have those records updated. And so we'll engage with that, and whatever Douglas County needs, we'll give them. Busing from Heritage, and this is actually a component that came out of the parent meetings. Over the last couple of weeks, and we heard it'd be really, really helpful. So we're going to offer a bus stop at Heritage so that families can continue to congregate and build community. And boy, I'm sure it's very, very convenient for a lot of our families. So we're going to do that at each of the closing buildings if the board adopts the recommendation. Transition busing. We've gotten requests to consider short-term transition busing for the families south of Wildcat Parkway. So this pairing in particular, our proposed boundary adjustment is that those kids or those families south of Wildcat Parkway will then go to Copper Mesa. And so for those families who want to continue on with Heritage and some of you, we're looking at providing busing on a short-term basis if we can. We're still looking at it. A lot of that will depend on enrollment and our number of bus drivers, and we're going to continue to look at it. And by August of 2025, we want to gauge where our families are at, what they'll need in terms of patient or anything else that they're looking at in terms of the pairings, and we'll look to have a plan by September of 2025. And the idea there is we want to get out ahead of the open enrollment window. This pairing in particular had a parent who submitted a 52-item core request, and I believe the board has heard this say this before. And I will say that the parent who actually made public comment tonight, he and I did have about a 3.5-hour conversation over 3 days. And like all of us, he's just going hard for his kid and wants what's best for his kid. And he and I had great conversation. We went through each item one by one, and I took him through a variety of considerations for a number of those, to include places on the webpage that he could find information, Colorado Department of Education, among other places, and just let him know what our process is. We have formally responded 4 times. So an initial formal response and 3 supplements with a bunch of documents that are responsive to his request. He had mentioned the charge, and just to give a little bit of color to that, it's common. It's common for school districts and common for us to, if staff has to expend over literally 2 or 3 hours worth of time, to charge folks for the time to compile those records. And it takes time depending on the request, and more than a few requests implicated records that it took us a good amount of time conversations. The other reality is, and I think we've talked about this, there aren't a lot of school districts, or really any school districts, who have approached staffing the way we have. So certainly we have some staff who are thinking, boy, what's my next move? But we also have a number of staff who are thinking, regardless of my next move, I'm good in this district. So we're not seeing huge staff attrition at this point, but in any case, it was a concern. And then we have a co-principal model question. So Cheryl Fulmer and Kirsten Solo will co-principal for Acres Green Fox Creek. That's unique relative to our other pairings. Now, we don't have the dynamic at Acres Green Fox Creek as we do with the other pairings. So one principal in the other pairings, we're moving on to other positions. So we had other great principals who could step in. This is one where we have 2 great principals who work very, very well together, who are also going to do a great job. And Cheryl Fulmer in particular said, I'm going to be here to make sure that this transition is really, really positive for our kids, and we're so happy to have her. So.
All right, good evening. So I would like to just provide you all an update in regards to special education and transition plans. So over the course of the last several weeks, we have, when I say we, it's our special education leadership team that includes myself, our executive director of special education, our directors of special education, and our coordinators of special education. We have engaged with many of our community members relative to their feedback, questions, concerns related to the impact of the pairing on our students with disabilities. And so based on all of those opportunities, first, I just want to thank all of those families for working with our staff leadership team in regards to sharing their stories and what individually their concerns are for their children. It has been very beneficial for our leadership team to hear that information from them, because that information will absolutely be used in terms of our decision making as a district leadership team, with some elements based on themes that have been identified from these conversations. So themes from these conversations include new center-based programs. Will the district be offering new center-based programs in some of our neighborhood schools in the Highlands Ranch area that don't currently have a center-based program? We have heard from our families that they do want choice moving forward. And so based on that information, we absolutely will consider adding center-based programs in a couple of our neighborhood schools going into the future. That would not impact next school year, but that would impact the 26-27 school year. Our families have asked us to notify them or communicate any new programs that we might be offering as soon as we can in the new school year, so that they can make some determinations for themselves in terms of whether they will stay in the paired school communities or consider other opportunities for their families. And I think that that was a very important piece of feedback that we got in some of our conversations. The other themes we heard was continuity and expansion of programming. With sixth grade moving to middle school, the questions became, will center-based programming be still included, of course, in the middle school programming, and will you need to expand that programming in the middle school based on the increased numbers of students? And absolutely, we would be prepared to staff our middle schools with our sixth graders going into those center-based programs. We also heard about the advocacy for center-based programming for our students with autism, which is something that we've been piloting, and we will continue to expand that. A huge piece of theme that we got back from our students, our families of students with disabilities, as they love their special education teams, their special education teachers, the assistants. What will happen to them? Will they stay through this transition? And we assured them that they do have the opportunity to stay with their paired school community around a transition, but individually our professionals will be working with their school administrators and the leadership to make determinations around whether they will indeed be in those school communities or whether or not they will take on other opportunities that we might offer, including new programming, et cetera. And then environmental enhancements was something that the Board of Education had heard previously through public comment around what might we do and consider around enhancing the learning environments for our students with disabilities in those paired school communities. And so that was a continued theme, and we are definitely committed to working with our leaders in our paired school communities around the environmental enhancements that might be necessary in order to make sure that those environments are the best environments possible for our students with disabilities. So we will continue, as the second bullet communicates, we are committed to meeting individually with all of our families of students with disabilities in our center-based programs, but we will be offering that to all of our families of students with disabilities if they want to speak specifically about their individual child's needs upon a transition. We will be offering that opportunity so that we can be responsive to those needs of our families. And our special education leadership will be working with our school leaders around supporting our staff through this transition. We want to retain and keep our incredible educators, our incredible special education service providers and teams. And so we will continue to partner with our school leaders leaders to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to help support them with what their desires are professionally through this transition. And we're going to coordinate lots of different orientation activities for our kids and our families to be able to continue to get connected. And so it's been it's been very beneficial over the course of the last several weeks. We hosted our parent engagement specific to special education last week. I know many of you attended that, and that was a great opportunity for us to kind of highlight some things and then hear from our community in terms of their questions. We'll continue to be available as we work through this process to be able to be responsive to their needs.
Just a quick update on the latest survey that we sent on the proposed transition plan. And we presented each school family meeting, both virtual and in person. We asked, do you have any questions about the plan? And if you'd like an individualized response, whether it be a phone call or email, we're happy to do that. Give us an email or a phone number, and we'll follow up. So as of April 18th, we had 13 responses to this survey. I actually checked today. That number hasn't changed. The questions that we got were about SPED programming, class sizes, among other things. Some were frustrated with the recommendation. So as of April 21, which was yesterday, actually as of today, we responded to everybody who asked to be responded to, all emails, and we've sent all of those out. And otherwise, the survey responses, like all of our surveys over the last 7 or so months, are now posted on the Growth and Decline webpage, properly redacted. And when I say properly redacted, I mean names of whether it be kids or families or whomever. If they mentioned Superintendent Kane or myself or a board member, we didn't redact that. But we want to make sure that everybody got the responses without anybody getting blown up in any which way. So who isn't us, who weren't us. So that's an update on the survey.
Thank you. And Assistant Superintendent Windsor is going to talk a little bit about next steps. The PowerPoints that you're about to see on the transition plan are a repeat of last time, but because this is really, really relevant and it's what would happen after tonight should the board move forward, we felt that it was worth going over again. And I think Assistant Superintendent will start by talking about our leadership plan and what that would look like should the board move forward.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Good evening, board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk with you a little bit about our leadership and transition plan. Just as a reminder, we have had a chance to be able to speak to our communities, our staff, you as the notification around what our proposed leadership transition plan. Mr. Clell also spoke a little bit about the co-principal model that we saw between Acres Green and Fox Creek, Ms. Sola and Ms. Fulmer. They are planners and they are excited in the sense of how they can come together to make sure they are supporting our community. As far as the other pairings between Heritage and Summit View, part of that proposed process is Mr. Bozer will be taking on that principal on special assignment, helping with the transition across all the 6 pairings, and Ms. Lawson would be then taking over as a proposed leader. And again, not for next year, before that following year, things would be as is status quo. And then for the Saddle Ranch and El Dorado pairing, as you've hopefully have seen, we have Miss Julie Crawford is going to be our new elementary 51 principal. We'll be taking that on in the 26-27 school year, and then Miss Hawk would be then taking over that paired process. And so that is our proposed leadership plan. Just as a reminder, do want to make sure, as we've talked about in this engagement process, something we've really appreciated is our community's engagement and their feedback. It has been hugely beneficial to be able to hear their voice in that process. We thank you very much for being a part of that process as well too. But really we want to make sure this transition plan, as we look at our next steps, is really grounded in this idea of community leadership and planning for a positive outcome. As you were just told, we just identified our leadership plan, but as we move forward in this process, we really want to make sure our leaders are accessible to our community and that this is a paired process, meaning that we really want to make sure the parents are familiar with what the pairing looks like, but really the principal has the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the community. We all have conversations about schools, but they're really going to spend some time digging in and really kind of do a data analysis around what are the needs, where are they at from climate, culture, academics, specialized programming, et cetera. And part of that process is about us creating a district-led transition team that's going to include a variety of folks from district leadership staff, from principals, parents, community members, specialized services to help in this process to make sure that no student is left behind in any of this process, because we want to make sure every family feels like they have that touch point and access to folks that can support them in this process. A big part of this is going to be around how do we strategically make sure we map this out. So you kind of see some phases that we've outlined with overall just dates. Now, some of those dates may kind of flood in between one another just as we're going through this. We want to make sure we're agile enough to make sure we're meeting the needs of our families as we're leading this work. But we want to make sure we are bringing our PTOs and PTAs together. We want the communities to come together. How do we make sure that our leaders are accessible to our community and having multiple leadership opportunities? They've already talked about getting into each other's buildings to make sure there is an understanding of what that feel is in each of our buildings, knowing that the thing that makes Douglas County really unique is that school has such a unique footprint of who they are, and we want to make sure that we're very aware of what those things look like. We also want to make sure in those footprints as well that we understand what the academic structures look like, the curriculum, the activities, the different social emotional learning practices, and really making sure we have an opportunity to be able to marry those things together, truly define how do we move forward as a system. We also want to make sure we're looking at specialized services and what does that look like and what do those practices and routines do look like and how do we involve staff and community to be a part of that conversation. And then we're going to look at a lot of the logistics around transportations, traffic management, things like food services, things like that a lot of folks maybe aren't thinking about. We're really trying to think on that back end of all that functionality as we work through that. And again, making sure we're staying in contact with our families. There's also the part that we just heard and really appreciate the community members talking about how their students are excited to be a part of that naming process, identifying the colors, being the mascot is what we really want to make sure they're a part of that. And so we'll be mapping that process out with our community and then really making sure we understand what student placement looks like. So in this time frame as we get into March, it becomes staffing season. And how do we make sure we truly understand the needs to meet the needs of our students as well and make sure those logistics are identified as well. And then really making sure as we're building our staff in this process, how do we do appropriate onboarding for professional learning and professional development so every teacher is up to speed on making sure we meet the needs of what that community needs moving forward. And then really throughout this entire process, that one bullet point specifically around student visits and joint activities, that's going to be a throughout the year thing. We've already talked about what could that look like this spring and this summer about bringing our families together and really having some time for even getting our staffs together this spring as well as we go through this. And then really it's around the physical transition. What does that look like as we start closing one building and moving into the next building? A lot of logistics and how are we aware of planning those things out? And then the biggest part of this, as Superintendent King said, is we really want to make sure this is grounded in our students and create a welcoming environment, not only for our students, but I make sure also our families are an active part of that process in our buildings. And so the big part of this is we're not going to stop this process in August of 2026. This is going to be an ongoing process to make sure we're meeting the needs of our students. And this is a general overview. We have a lot of other steps that are in between this that we'll make sure that we look at internally, but also gather feedback in the process too.
Thank you, Danny. And a few things that I want to emphasize that Assistant Superintendent Windsor just spoke about. And I want to really hit 3 points. One is that student engagement is really important to us throughout this process. And for those of you who attended our community meetings, you heard our amazing principals talk about all of their plans to engage students and to make sure that students have a voice in their new school. I also hope you heard that our community voice is really important. Our parents, we have to partner with our parents and have them be a part of and helping us lead this process to bring two communities together to create something new. And we are really grateful to all of our parents for their passion for their school, their passion for their kids, and their passion for education. So we are really hopeful that our we can get our parent leaders together to start thinking about what creating something new looks like and working with our amazing principals. So that this transition will very much be a collaborative effort that will include student voice as well as a cooperation between our parents and our school leaders, and whatever support is needed from the district, we are hopeful to be able to offer. We also want to report out to you. We want to make sure that that this isn't a vote tonight and then we go off. We want to make sure that we come back to the Board of Education with progress reports and updates. So regarding transition planning, to include all of those things from traffic mitigation to transportation, where the progress is on creating that paired school culture and starting to get that new community together, the programming that each new community desires for their kids. We really want to hear from the community what kinds of programming opportunities they would like to see for their students in their newly paired school. Of course, things like the school names, colors, and mascots, volunteer groups, etc. Our special education progress that we are reporting back to you on how we've met the needs of all of our learners, and then any building modifications that come out of traffic mitigation as well as out of that student programming piece. We will continue to report back to you on staffing and staff support, what we're doing to support our staff and what that's kind of looking like going forward. The 6th grade into middle school transition planning, you can expect to hear back from us on that, as well as, of course, the process for determining how to use buildings should you move forward tonight. And that process would be a collaborative process that will include whatever communities we're looking at potentially moving to that building, along with the community that lives in the neighborhood around that building. We want to make sure it's as collaborative as possible. And so we will communicate to you the process, our plan for engaging the community, and then finally those use decisions. And then we will also keep you up to date through those progress reports on enrollment and what enrollment is looking like. And so this is an overview of just next steps. So this meeting, of course, is for you all to consider the resolution that is before you that accepts these recommendations. And then the next step is beginning that serious transition process where we're involving our parents and our staff and our students in getting our transition to be a positive transition as two communities come together to build a new community and a new school. And with that, we are all here and happy to answer any questions that remain or anything you'd like us to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So first, I would just like to say thank you for all the work and responses to all the questions that we've all had. I know I spent a fair amount of time with COO Cosgrove talking about traffic that were concerns that we had heard from community members. And then I also want to acknowledge that this is hard. None of the 7 of us want to be in this position. This is extremely difficult. And so I just want to acknowledge, I know it's hard for us, and I know it's very hard for our families. And so I wanted to start with that. There are a couple questions I had. You covered a lot of my questions, but number one, from public comment, we had someone talking about what sort of outreach have we done to the community outside of families with children. So if you can address that.
Yeah, sure. We did outreach through the Highlands Ranch Community Association, the Highlands Ranch Metro District, and our county commissioners, as well as working with our families. We did our best to contact preschool families that we were able to get in touch with. But of course, the challenge is that we don't have contact information for everybody in the area. But those are the outreach that we did, and as you know from our process, we have been doing that outreach for over a year.
Great. And then if we can talk a little bit, I know we've covered this in other meetings, but just talk a little bit about the cost savings, what that looks like, and where that would come from.
Hi, thank you for the question. So the costs come from the savings with running a building and running a school that it takes to have that whole separate building. So principals, office staff, custodians to clean the building, security, and things like nutrition services of having that whole staff to serve meals to that school, along with delivering the food to that school. Custodial supplies can be consolidated into one school. And then before and after school program is another consideration of all that staff that can now be served at one school instead of two. So those are some of the things that we considered.
Okay, and if we have a new program move in, then how does that help save if then we do have to have custodian and security and whatever else back in the building?
Yeah, exactly. So those costs will look different depending on what we put into that building, and that will be part of the consideration that we look at as we put programming back in. So it will vary depending on the circumstances. There's a lot of different variables of where kids go and what we put into those buildings.
And if I could just add, we are currently paying the costs for those other programs and their custodians and, whatever may be needed. So it's picking that up and moving. It isn't continuing to have the same number.
Superintendent Kane had one more piece to that as well too. It's going to be also about small school factor, the cost that we allocate to each student. That's probably one of the larger costs as we go through is it's about $2,500-ish, $2,500-ish per student we add to our site-based budgets for that small school factor is really a large part of that savings, knowing that if we don't have that smaller school, that ability to navigate some of the additional smaller schools is something we can navigate, but that is a larger cost as well.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Assistant Superintendent Windsor. I'd actually like to add that the DAC recently went out to all of our school accountability committees to rank 6 budget priorities. And continuing to increase our investment in the small school factor, ranked 6th out of 6. Staff compensation ranked number 1, not surprisingly. So that was the ranking that our school accountability committees across our district gave, because the small school factor has become more and more expensive every single year as we've had more and more small schools.
Director Geiger.
Again, we've covered this, but I want it to be clear as we finish this decision tonight. Can some of you explain what kind of additional resources are provided when we combine 2 small schools into one larger school? What more does that school able to provide based on the needs of that school?
Well, I think that's one of the foundational questions that we're talking about is how do we sustainably provide the comprehensive educational experience we've committed ourselves to every student that walks in our district. And part of the conversations we have each and every day with our leaders is how do we afford to do this and also maintain staff to be able to do things we want, specifically around not only just specialized programming such as which is unbelievably important around like our music and art-based programs. A lot of those positions we're seeing in our buildings are 0.7 teachers and 0.6 teachers, and you're backfilling positions, and those dollars get consolidated even more and more, where all of a sudden you're trying to run sections of classes at higher levels because you can't sustain and you're trying to offset programming. So a big part of this is how do we sustainably provide that comprehensive experience as well as the intervention-based experience that we want to provide for every student. And that larger scale model, it does allow us to actually keep class sizes actually at that size that we want to commit ourselves to, because you do have multiple sections to be able to spread that out. You also have the ability then to sustainably apply full-time teaching positions where it evens the playing field. But all of a sudden you're a small school trying to recruit teachers into your building, and you're going to say you're going to be a 0.7 music teacher, 0.2 interventionist, 0.1 literacy teacher, 0.1 whatever. And I think that's been the challenge I think we've had, is you seeing staff turnover in some of those areas because they're teaching so many things. So really what it comes down to is how do we sustainably provide the opportunities for students to be able to have the type of experience we've committed ourselves to from a variety of programming. You've heard Superintendent Kane talked about the future of additional programming, such things as if it's STEM-based programs or instrumental music at elementary or fill in the blank. None of those would have became possibilities. I look at a school we have in our district that has 650 students that can offer world language. That's not an option for a small school, and that looks like because you're trying to keep class sizes where they are. So a lot of this is around navigating budgets that are fixed, tied to per pupil, that allow us to offer sustained experiences.
Earlier this year, I had a chance to visit two of our schools, one small and shrinking, one large. The small school was trying to figure out if they could afford an assistant principal. The large school introduced me to their dyslexia interventionist and their reading interventionist. At some point, small schools become an equity issue, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It is. It's a conversation we have every day, and we can't use that as a selling point for a school. It has to be something we're trying to provide across our entire system, and I think that becomes a challenge. If you have a school that has 650 versus one that has 275, there are absolutely inequities that are there from a funding structure. Not saying a leader's trying to provide that inequitable education, it's just they're dealing with the resources they have on top of the small school factor we want to offer.
Dr. Meek?
A common concern that I heard across all of the different community engagement opportunities was around school safety and in a couple of different areas, traffic flow, as well as more students coming into the middle school with the sixth grade transition. And I know the answer is also $20 million was allocated through the bond to help address these issues, but I think it'd be really helpful to speak to that right now.
Sure, I'm actually going to, so let's address traffic first. If COO Cosgrove could come up and give a little bit of a quick overview on each of the three middle schools and then each of the three pairings, but we'll keep it quick.
Thank you for the question. For the three middle schools, the traffic approach is really focused at correcting and improving the current conditions, as well as giving more capacity for the sixth grade. Albeit, in two of the middle schools, there's going to be much fewer students than have been there before. In Ranchview, they'll be almost right out what has been there before. So for our priority, it's to get traffic off of the arterial roads, queuing on site, and getting multiple lanes to handle that. So it's a deceleration right turn lane into Crestview. It's widening the entrance of Ranchview to allow through as well as drop off between the middle school and high school parking lot. And at Mountain Ridge, it is flipping the current student and bus drop off area to more than double the on-site queuing, and it's widening the exit in two areas from 1 to 2 lanes. And Douglas County reviewed and approved and was ecstatic about our approaches, in particular at Mountain Ridge and Mountain Vista High School. For the three elementary schools, there were no traffic improvements needed at El Dorado because of the forecasted student population and the road network. Mainly, that road that loops right at El Dorado loops not only directly to Highlands Ranch Parkway, but also to Kendrick Castile Parkway and Broadway. So it's immediately in that neighborhood from those two arterial roads. For Summit View, it was working with law enforcement on speed on Summit View and also to extend the flashers and signage denoting it as an elementary school. And keep in mind too that the middle and high school traffic is complete before Summit View traffic begins. I personally watch that as well. And that's the same with Ranchview and El Dorado as well. The middle school traffic is finished with the high school before most parents get on the road driving to the elementary school. And for Fox Creek Elementary, it's on Collegiate Drive. It's restriping and signage to create a through lane as well as a right turn lane. And all of these were approved by Douglas County. And our traffic engineer in Douglas County thought this was a very safe, conservative approach. But most importantly, we will continue to monitor it year over year and make adjustments if needed, as we do with all our schools.
And then I'm going to have Deputy Superintendent Hyatt talk a little bit more about walking and pedestrians.
Yes, so based on the feedback we've heard from our community as well as questions by our Board of Education, we do have a traffic and pedestrian safety project team that we assembled this year. We made mention of this to the Board of Education when we gave a safety update earlier this school year. So that team is a representation of not only district staff, but our community traffic engineers, law enforcement, et cetera. So we meet on a quarterly basis. It was just really great timing that we had our April meeting in the midst of the conversations we were having with our community. And we discussed at our last project team meeting being able to do some audits in our paired school communities for walking, rolling, biking to school, to be able to make sure that we're analyzing the circumstances in each of our paired school communities, collecting some data that will then result in a safe routes to school plan beyond just the traffic, the vehicle traffic elements that COO Cosgrove mentioned. We are also going to be delving into that audit, that analysis, and developing some safe routes to school plans for our paired school communities so that we can be responsive to what we've heard in our community.
Thank you. Another common question throughout the community was really understanding the sixth grade transition, which feels like a whole nother project, right, that will begin. But I think my question, and I think something that would be really helpful for you to speak to, how will students and parents be engaged in the transition planning around the middle school transition? Having interacted with middle school students frequently, they have a lot of ideas, and actually I think they would be really central to hearing from them how the school's going to change and how everything's going to work in their schools. So I think it'd be really helpful to speak to how students and how parents and family members can be engaged in this process.
Thank you very much for that question. I'm going to let Assistant Superintendent Windsor talk to you a lot of the details. But for anyone in the community who wasn't at our parent engagements were held at our middle schools. And the middle school administration did such a great job answering and talking to questions. Families walked in with sidewalks that were marked with chalk where the kids had written, "We love sixth graders," and just really welcoming remarks and trying to be very, very, very welcoming to our families. And we expect that tone of welcoming and to continue with our middle school students as well as our middle school administrators. And with that, I'm going to let Assistant Superintendent Windsor talk.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Fundamental as a former middle school principal with 6th through 8th grade, the thing that woke me up every day, and I can tell you our leaders feel the same way, is about the ability to connect and love on kids. We absolutely will do whatever it takes to make sure those students and families feel like they're part of our school district. We've talked a lot about wanting to be a community school district and for our families to be a part inside our schools to feel like they are aware of what that looks like. I will tell you firsthand experience as a leader. It's not only getting those students in our buildings, because I can tell you right now, the students in buildings love and take care of each other and want to make sure they're a part of that, and they can't wait to mentor other students in this process. But it's really also about making sure our families have the opportunity to experience that shift from elementary to middle. Seeing it firsthand is something that we need to make sure they are feeling that. As a matter of fact, we're going to be asking all of our middle school leaders in those impacted areas to have an open night for them to be able to bring families in already now, inclusive of our 4th grade students that are going to be making that transition as well. And so they have the opportunity to have that experience and meet a little bit with the administration, see the supports firsthand, what does that look like, and understanding that middle school teaming model and about how do we make sure that community feels smaller, that you're really not walking into a building of 1,000 students, but you're walking into a building of a team that's about 125 students with 5 teachers, a counselor, an administrator, a case manager that are attached to those teams, where we know your kid. One of the most important things we can do in all of our schools is know the first name of every kid that walks into our building, because they need to be seen, heard, and valued in that process. And that means that crosswalk, I'll tell you firsthand experience, I loved crosswalk duty because I would not let a kid put his head down to the ground and not have a chance to make eye contact, to be able to say good morning, welcome, and that's what we want to make sure that's our experience. And so we'll have transition meetings. They're called new beginning meetings that we have for our families. We'll do that for the sixth grade students as well as the seventh grade students that are making that transition as well. We'll also make sure we have those transitions in the elementary that honors that experience for them in the elementary. That's one of the most important things those elementary kiddos can feel, is what does that look like for them. So it's not only the opportunity to go, but also the experience to transition out of their elementary, and for those families to have that experience as well. So there'll be numerous nights that we'll provide between this, before the end of the school year, throughout next year, and then the following year as well.
Director Thompson.
All right, thank you. Thank you for reviewing all of the material again tonight. I also still find it very helpful to go through it, and also just that reaffirming the next steps and the process that we've gone through so far and what to expect next. I was going to ask, I did notice that one of the community meetings, the recording wasn't on the website for Acres Green. So just pointing that one out, because I felt like those community meetings were really helpful. There was a lot of really good information, especially hearing from the elementary and the middle school principals. I found very helpful. It sounded like the community found those things helpful as well. And so for that community, I just didn't see it online on the website.
Thank you for that question, Director Thompson. Unfortunately, we inadvertently didn't record that meeting. So
Okay.
that was just on us, and that was our mistake.
All right, so I'm not sure how we can make sure just that information's out for anybody who wasn't able to attend those meetings, because I think, again,
The slides are posted, but to your point,
But
the slides only go so far.
hearing from the principals.
Fair, yeah.
Thank you for that comment. We'll try to look at alternative ways to get that out.
Earlier, I know there was the questions around cost, and again, just in case it wasn't super clear, that we're talking that's not new cost, and I think that was the point that you were trying to get at when we're looking at bringing programming into a building, that it's not a new program necessarily that's coming in, that they're coming from already established programs that might be expanded, yes, but.
Correct.
So that part's super clear. And then I liked that Director Meek had mentioned, again, about student input in this process and feedback for our middle schoolers. I also, again, just want to advocate that we are hearing from our elementary students, especially through the transition phase. What is it that they love about their schools? Their students can be really insightful, and I think hearing it from all the locations, the students from all the locations is really important. Like, what do they value? What makes their school special or comfortable or safe or somewhere that they enjoy to go? And I'm looking forward to, when we get those reports back, that student perspective that we've gotten it. And then when you guys were talking about SPED services, I appreciate how responsive that was to the questions and the concerns that have come up in this process. The one comment was made about family, you guys will be able to communicate with each family individually, and I'm curious what that looks like. Are they reaching out to you? Are you guys giving them opportunities, an email? How does it look?
Thank you for the question. So our district special education leadership team is actually meeting on Friday this week to develop our plan. Our intention is to have our special education coordinators working with the school leadership to reach out to those families directly and individually to invite them to have a meeting or a phone conversation. So that is what our plan is in terms of that communication. We really think that that is a more targeted plan for communication versus just sending an email inviting parents to reach out. We really want to make that more personal connection to our families.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, that makes sense too, especially with just lots of communication in general. And I think everybody's really exhausted at this point. We've heard it from our families that spoke. I can see it, that we're all exhausted. It actually feels like it's moving into the transition phase will be kind of a changing of the guard. And Danny, you seem really prepared and ready for that. And so, yeah, I think that's definitely where I'm at this point. And then I appreciate some of the other questions that got brought up. Again, the big ones that have been standing out from those community meetings, transportation, that definitely stood out to me a lot, especially one of the lights that they had spoken about. So thank you, Rich, for talking about that again and for your guys' commitment to working through a good solution. The busing at the schools is helpful. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. But I think I'm done with mine.
Director Weiniger?
I feel like when it comes for me as a board member on the vote tonight is how, if this whole process followed policy and how well it was implemented and carried out by policy or through policy. And I feel like staff and superintendent and Steve Colella and Danny Windsor, all of you, Danelle, have gone above and beyond what even our policy states. You've done the tough meetings, you've answered questions, you haven't been afraid of confrontation, and I really commend you for all that. It's not an easy thing to do. It's something you put in a lot of work, and then I think what really showed that you put in the hard work and not just looked at it unemotionally was attending those engagement meetings last week where leadership spoke. And all the school leaders at these impacted schools had no part of this decision, and they were still so supportive and so understanding and so strong in trying to lead their community forward through this. And I think it's been really impressive. And obviously, that's not something, I know we keep saying this, but we mean it. At least I do, for sure. And I know everyone on this board means it. This isn't easy. This isn't something that we go into eagerly, but it is, we're doing it all for our kids. So just wanted to say that and say you guys did all this tough, hard work, and to commend you all for that.
Director Moore?
I've been a lot of pages of notes here. I just want to say that I have a great deal of respect for all the kids and the families and the staff that are impacted by the decisions that we have to make. This is a significant dilemma that our school district and others face. It's not the choice of any of ours. It's not the consequence of any poor decisions of any people involved that have to deal with this today. It is a dilemma that we're faced with, and we, as leaders, have to do the right thing for the right reasons, and that's never easy, it's never popular, and it's always going to be complicated. And it's always going to feel like somebody's going to be impacted, and it's not going to be fair, and I completely get that. For me, this is probably up there in the top handful of the toughest decisions I've ever had to be a part of. I don't take it lightly. And I want all the families to know how much we appreciate their input, their thought process, how much they care. Clearly, every single parent, family member, community member that weighed in cares about their community, their kids, their school. And it's wonderful to see people care that much. Because there are a lot of places and a lot of things in this world that deserve that kind of passion and care and don't get it. So the fact that we have it here is an amazing thing. A lot of critical thinking and a lot of great input came from the community, including some great ideas that you guys as staff have been able to incorporate into the plan, which I think is wonderful. And frankly, looking at what other school districts around us have had to face, I'm not sure they did it with the same grace that you guys did it. So I'm appreciative of that. I know you guys put in hundreds of hours of research, evaluation, and discussion. And I 100% believe you only want what's best for our students, as do all the parents and families. I don't doubt that for 1 second. With that, I just when we get down to the point where we have to actually make the decision, I just want to get this part out of the way, how much I appreciate what the staff, the community, and the impact is going to be for everybody. But in the end, I only want to do what's right for the right reasons, and I only want to do what's best for our community and for the students and their families. And I know there are going to be people, one way or the other, that feel like, hey, we're getting the raw end of the deal. And that's not our intent. Our intent is never to make anybody feel anything other than the most important thing we have. And we want them to know how important they are in all these decisions. But we are faced with a very tough decision, as are many school districts around us. If they're not facing it yet, they will be. And I just hope that we receive forgiveness and grace from the people that are not going to be happy with the decisions that we have to make, because we really are trying to do the right thing. So, thank you.
Director Meek.
Just wanted to take my turn. I just have a few more questions that I think are really helpful for the community to hear. And I'm not sure I've heard this. How are sixth grade teachers impacted and being supported in this process?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. They are impacted, and therefore they are part of our staffing plan. So they certainly have the option to go look at the open positions in the middle school, because of course there will be open positions in the middle school. Some of them may choose to pivot to fifth grade or something else if they want to stay in an elementary school setting. They are all covered under our staffing plan. They are all guaranteed a job. They will all have what we call the paired hiring status, because they are impacted by these changes. So they will receive that higher status priority as well.
Yep.
I've actually talked with a couple of school sixth grade teachers, and they were reasonably and just wondering, what the heck does it mean for me? And out of those conversations, we actually just posted a 1 1/4 pagers, and thank you to CHRO Condon and his team for putting it together on licensing. So if you're a sixth grade teacher, you can typically teach PK through 6, 7, 8 get a little tricky. So we wanted to make sure that our middle school or sixth grade teachers had that information. And again, that document came straight out of those conversations. So.
Another common theme throughout the conversations, these young middle school kids have been through lots of transitions with COVID, and how are we going to help support them through yet another transition in their very short educational experience?
That's a question we've been thinking about for a while now. It's about how do we proactively make sure we are not waiting for students to come to us, but how do we go to them to make sure they know they have resources, language, people that are there to be able to support them. And so a big part of this process is something we've been very appreciative. In 2018, when we passed the mill, it allowed us to be able to do some work around having counselors in our elementary schools, as well as keeping our ratios appropriately where they need to be at the secondary level too. We try to do a lot of proactive based counseling and lessons that we can. We obviously know that transition for our fourth graders, we're really going to be able to target in and make sure we have some focused lessons to be able to support them in this process, as well as with all students in those families. And so a big part is about how do we not only get in and do that work, but also make sure we have engagement sessions that family can be a part of that process, like we talked about with sixth grade. How do we make sure our principals are accessible? It was about how did we name this leadership plan early so our leaders can go get in those communities as well. However, a big part of this process that I do want to make sure we also highlight is the transition to support students. Typically, I would say in our schools is the student is connected to their teacher. And so a big part of this conversation is how are we mightily aware of not trying to overload teachers with anything more on their plate to make sure they have the opportunity to stay connected with their students. And a big part of this conversation is how do we take care of our staff so they can take care of our kids as best as they can. And so a big part of this process, which we're really trying to be consistent in with our priorities as a district, is be consistent with those things so it doesn't feel like I'm starting over or doing something new in this process. but also we want to still keep moving our school district. And so we really want to make sure we're taking care of our staff through priority status, as well as making sure those leaders have the chance to be in each other's buildings to see what is that temperature check, how do we take care of our staff and make sure our families are connected to our schools. The thing that I think is so important we've talked about is this next year we have a really incredible opportunity to celebrate the legacies of these buildings and make sure our families are connected to celebrate those amazing legacies, and we bring those traditions with us to honor them. And so there is a really unique opportunity that we really have to do this right going into next year to make sure our families are part of this process, our teachers are part of this process, and then we really have this larger level of not just thinking about the students, but also the people who are caring for our students.
And then for impacted schools, what does open enrollment look like? If families choose to open enroll elsewhere, what's the impact on the remaining school? Just what does it look like next year for schools that are impacted?
Sure, thank you for that question. So for our closing schools, we're watching open enrollment very carefully, and once the board makes a decision, should the board decide to move forward, families who are impacted by boundary changes, which this is a massive boundary change, would get priority in open enrollment so that they can do what they need to do for their family. We have frozen our staffing levels for our closing schools where they are. So even if those schools lose some students going into next year, they will still have the same level of staffing and support. And we recognize that that is an expenditure of one-time funds, but we certainly want to do that to provide stability for our kids. I hope that answered your question. So any families who are impacted by the pairing process, once a decision is made, will have priority status in open enrollment going forward.
Sorry, one more question on transportation. Can you talk to how we are going to support the new buses, the new bus routes?
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. We have 5 more training cohort classes between now and August 26. We have been averaging 10 to 12 new applicant drivers entering every cohort. And if we continue, which we expect on the current trajectory, and we have been restoring routes every quarter, in essence, that we'll continue to restore routes and have the capacity for 6 more drivers that would support the middle schools as well as the elementary school parents.
Thank you. Director Myers?
So first of all, I want to thank everyone I know for the hard work that you've put in. There's a point where we have to trust all of the hours that you've done the work and the meetings we've been to, the people we've communicated with, especially the people that I communicate with, being the board secretary and answering emails. But I hope that our community understands that this weighs heavy on all of our hearts. I've been in this community for 33 years. I've lived in my home that I'm in right now for 25 years, and in the past 20 years, one family's moved out. I'd love to go down the street to Toll Brothers and live in the 55 and older community, but it's hard to pay that amount of money for half the house. So we're staying put. And the one family that did move in, they have 2 precious little children. So they have lots of grandparents in the neighborhood that will take care of them. And I listen to the board members. There's lots of questions, and I'm a voracious reader. So I've combed through everything, I've read, and I think I'm on that understanding level that we know that this is a huge decision that we're going to have to make, and it's going to make an impact. With one public comment tonight, and as you guys can tell, I'm probably the one that has had the most life events, because as I used to tell my middle school kids, I've been around the block. So if I could share a story, especially to the one public commenter about her back gate opening up to the school. And I remember, believe it or not, when my parents moved my sister and I from one school over to another community, and I was in the 3rd grade and my sister was in the 1st grade. And so we went to that school, and then I went in the 6th grade, and then there was a change in the 6th grade and the 4th grade. I want to let you know that I think people are just about tired of me talking about this, because everywhere I go, I want to talk about it. I want to get feedback. I want to say, what are we doing the right thing? Are we taking care of our people? Because I am in that community where my kids are out of school. I do have grandkids in the school. But when we moved into this neighborhood, we walked out our back door, opened our back gate, walked across the alley, stepped across a barrier, walked into the schoolyard, and went into school. So in the 6th grade, and my sister was in the 4th grade, we did the same thing, walked out, but we walked across the schoolyard into a parking lot and got on a bus and went to the other side of our town that we lived in. And so my sister says to me, she goes, "Did we have declining enrollment back then?" And I said, "No, that would be called the Civil Rights Law. When you bus in kids, you bus out kids." Now, apparently, unbeknownst to me, it was very upsetting to my father that I couldn't walk out the back door anymore and go to my school. It didn't bother my sister or I. It was a life event for us, a change. And I found out through all my years with my kids and my grandkids, change is good. It actually is. It makes you resilient. It makes you more successful. You are able to adapt when you go into the work world. It's just a whole different, it's one of those life events. Some things we can control, some things we can't. But I want our community to know this is going to be a very heartfelt decision tonight. But I know and I trust the work that this staff has put into and the recommendations that they're making for us. And I hope as a board tonight we make that wise decision so it's the best for all of our families.
Director Thompson?
Yeah, so just kind of speaking on that point in public comment earlier, one of the comments was they'll be blown away, they want to be blown away by how all of the promises are kept. They're going to hold this district accountable. They're going to hold us accountable. So I'm going to point that out tonight, that is, we have made a lot of promises. We've promised that this is going to improve the educational setting for our students. And this is going to be in better service for the Highlands Ranch community. So I want to point that out. There was also the comment about not wanting to be labeled a hysterical parent. I completely understand every parent that has come forward through emails, through the conversations that we've had, through questions, through public comment. I feel like every parent that has spoken up and community member that has spoken up has been completely within reason. I would be in your shoes if the tables were turned and this was my school community. And it might be in the near future. My kids are at a small school too. So I've definitely considered this from that lens and understanding, and the work is really just going to begin once this decision is finally made. I know that, a part of me is like, let's just start working on the transition plan, the look at the silver lining, how we can move forward, how things are going to get better, how we're going to build these communities. But I'd be remiss without knowing that we do have 3 school communities that are experiencing more of a sacrifice through this process. And that, again, the due diligence to mitigate the challenges, the disparities that might come through. I definitely have a lot more confidence again in this process because residents are so engaged, and that, even the feedback that we have gotten so far and the adjustments that have been made have only been better and improved this process. So I have confidence that, again, in our community as we can move through this. All right.
I move that the board adopt the entitled resolution, Douglas County School District RE1 resolution regarding school pairings, 6th grade to middle school, and boundary adjustment.
Second.
I have a motion by Geiger and a second by Moore. Any further discussion?
I have a statement before my vote.
I think, actually, you know what, if anybody has a statement, let's just go ahead, Director Geiger.
I don't usually write these down. I have to start by acknowledging and thanking every parent who has participated in this process over the last 2 years. And all of the community members who've been involved, who've played what I think is a vital role in providing information, sharing their concerns, giving us their thoughts on this resolution. Every part of our plan is better off for the parent engagement. It has been improved consistently. I, like everyone else up here, understand the emotions that have been demonstrated. I've read them in emails, I've heard them in public comment. I've reviewed every email, I've listened to every question, I've attended every public outreach. I want you to know that I take every concern you've issued seriously. I've passed them on to the district. I understand, like everybody else out here, that this is one of the biggest decisions we'll make. I have to share my admiration for the district administrators, the building leaders, the community volunteers, and the teachers and staff especially, that have put so many hours into reaching this point. It's truly astonishing. I have listened to the chief of staff and the deputy superintendent and everybody else, from the superintendent down. I've literally spoken to custodians, and they've all had opinions, and they've all mattered, and they've all been considered. There are thousands of hours of work here. And that includes hired experts, retained people. We've gone out and sought expertise from elsewhere to make sure that these recommendations are as good as I can. If I have to, and I do want to specifically point out that once the recommendation was made, the 6 principals in those schools have been truly astonishing. They have answered the questions, they have taken the call. They understand how much more work they are going to do to make this happen. And because I am confident that they will do that, honestly, it makes this vote easier for me. We are a policy governance board. That does not mean we are a rubber stamp board. I have taken consideration of this. I have met with PTOs and SACs and student groups and parent groups. I've spoken to principals and staff. I've even walked from Heritage to Summit View and Saddle Ranch to El Dorado. I've driven all of those. I've spoken to the sheriff to talk about how we're going to handle traffic. But in the end, my job is to listen to the experts and determine whether or not these decisions, these recommendations, comply with the policies that we have enacted. That is the job of a policy governance board. I don't do this out of blind trust. It is not just that I've worked with Danny Windsor for a decade, or Superintendent Kane for that long, or COO Cosgrove for that long. It is that I've seen their work play out over this period of time in every other field. And so this is not trust, this is experience. I know how hard they work, and I know that their recommendations to me are based on expertise that I can never acquire, but that I can and have to listen to. I understand that these decisions are subject to criticism, some of it logical, much of it emotional. Those are not inconsistent. I do and have come to the conclusion that the recommendations presented to us comply with board policies, are well thought out and well reasoned. It is not, in the end, my job or our job to necessarily second guess. It is to confirm. And everything I have done confirms to me that these consolidations are best for the district as a whole. There are no fans for closing schools. There's no constituency that's happy about this. It doesn't just impact the 3 closing schools, it impacts the 3 schools that are consolidated into. It impacts the neighboring schools that are going to deal with open enrollment and other issues. This is going to be a year of dislocation and understanding and education and thought and empathy. And in the end, we have to do that. But I am convinced, based on all that I have heard, that at the end of this process, what we will come out with are 3 thriving school communities, well-funded, well-directed. I do not believe that school culture comes from the bricks or the playground or the drop-off lane. I think it comes from the people who run those buildings. And the transition and leadership plan that we have established makes me comfortable that we can translate that which makes Acres Green and Heritage and Saddle Ranch excellent schools and move those into their new locations and combine those with the other 3 excellent schools to make this work. I do want to address one thing. I've visited every elementary school in Highlands Ranch, and every single one is valuable to its community. Every single one is central to its community. For me to try to direct a policy that somehow wants me to assign merit to any of those schools is impossible. I will not try that, and I reject any effort to do so. I do not downplay how hard this is going to be on some families or some students. I in no way minimize those of you who have talked to us so many times about your concerns. But there are times sitting in this dais where decisions have to be made. I didn't parachute into this. I ran for the school board knowing, after 7 years of experience and volunteer, that this decision was possibly coming. And I volunteered to do it, and I'm proud to be here with these people and these people to make the decision, even though I know it's hard on everyone. I want to make it clear that in my viewpoint, the work just starts today. We have made commitments. Those will be followed through on. And those of you who do not approve of this arrangement, you will contact me if they will not, and I will hold everyone I can accountable. Because that's the job when you sit on this dais. I have to thank my fellow board members. They have been thoughtful. They have asked intelligent, incisive, important questions. They have listened to the public. I do not doubt any of their commitment to doing what is right for the district and for our kids. I did not come to this position lightly. While it may seem rushed to some, I've been addressing this since 2017. This is not new. We have been through school board changes. We've been through 3 superintendents, and every one of them has said, this is necessary. And it is now time to move forward. If we move forward now, we have time to spend the year in transition. We do not have the issue that other school districts have faced, where they're closing schools in January and sending kids to new schools in August. We have done this thoughtfully. We have done it with pre-planning and consideration. And the time has come to make the vote.
Director Meek.
So first off, thank you to the staff for all the work and hours that have gone into this. I have a brief statement. I take this vote very seriously, and I definitely recognize the significance of it and the emotions that come with it. At the same time, I remain really hopeful. I have a lot of hope that this is going to make better opportunities for our students and our families. And I will work to make sure we're able to live up to the promises that have been made. That's our job, and that's what I firmly believe we will do as a board. I also believe in the strength and resilience of our community. I've seen it firsthand over the years, and I believe we can come together across schools, across traditions, across identities, and really create something special, something really special for our students. I just want to thank everyone who has shared their thoughts, their questions, and your care for our students, your students. And your voices matter, and they absolutely have shaped my thinking as I have come to where I will vote tonight. So thank you all.
All right, and I just want to echo some of the things that have already been said, but first, we are taking 6 amazing schools and turning it into 3 even more fabulous schools if this vote is approved. And no doubt what makes those buildings amazing are the people inside of it, our staff and our families. I believe that wholeheartedly, and I believe that will translate at the new building. And I'm excited for those opportunities. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and move forward with a vote. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Yes.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Thank you so much for all the work you guys have put into this.
Thank you very much for your support of the recommendations. I too wanted to address one of our public commenters who talked about promises being made and promises being kept and hoping to be blown away, and that is our goal. We know a lot of families are very upset with the district, and we stand ready to support our families and our students with whatever they need moving forward, and we stand ready to partner with every single one of our families, and we're excited to do so to build something new. So thank you so much.
All right, moving into the policy governance section. We have a 10-minute discussion slated for legislative updates, where I will hand this over to Director Geiger.
Thank you, President Williams. We have 15 days left in the legislative session, which is when a lot of rubber meets a lot of road. The good news is that it appears that the school finance concerns for this year have been worked out. That's in large part to a lot of update from some very good school district people, including our CFO, who I think is just renting a room at the Capitol. We're going to be able to get through this year without substantial cuts. Let's be clear, this can is just getting kicked down the road. There's a lot of one-year budget jiggering going on here. At some point, somebody in the Golden Dome is going to have to figure out a way to fix this, or the voters will. But we're not looking at anything significant this year. There may be some, but averaging has been saved. The deal remains in place. Some issues that have been significant to this district. Representative Hamrick is promoting a dyslexia bill that requires every school district to begin to screen for dyslexia. It's pretty consistent with what we've already talked about here. We're in an amend position of the difference between classifying dyslexia as a disorder or a diagnosis. We're continuing to work with that. That bill passed out of the Senate. It's already passed the House. It's passed out of the Senate Education Committee 12-1. Some version of that is likely to come, although one never knows at the end. A few other things. They did pass a bill that says that every district by July 1 of 2026 has to have a policy as to the use of electronic devices. It doesn't say what the policy has to be. It just says we have to think about it. July 1 of 26. I'm trying to figure out what school boards haven't thought about cell phones, but we're going to have to at least write something down next year. There were two kind of competing seclusion bills. The one that is more consistent with our announced policy is continuing through. The more stringent one has essentially been defeated. So we're going to continue to follow that. Representative Hartsook is pushing a financial literacy bill requiring schools to teach about financial literacy, or what our superintendent calls adulting. Director Meek and I spoke to the middle schoolers today, and they all are in favor of that. They'd like to have that kind of information. It is not about balancing a checkbook, by the way. They look at me with blank eyes when I say something like that. There are a few other bills that are going through. There's probably going to be a requirement for teaching of Native American and African American history. Again, that's something we're going to have to address. It turns out that the law that we passed to fund school lunches a couple years ago didn't have enough money in it. I can tell the surprise and shock from everyone in this room. So my understanding is that they're going to put that back to the voters come November. That funding may end in November, which will put us in an incredibly challenging position where we have to decide if we want to go back to charging kids for meals or fronting that ourselves. Whatever you think about that plan, it would seem that funding it appropriately was more important. There's a couple other things working their way through, some that have only passed one of the houses. You may have heard some stuff about a right of trans students. That has changed some. It would have an impact on the schools. That's passed the House, but is currently in the Senate. As that gets updated over the next 15 days, I'll provide more information. Overall, a lot of other bills have kind of ended. They get sent to appropriations, and this year that's the Killam Committee. But there are some more others that we're looking at there's no money. If it costs money to do it this year, it doesn't happen. But there are a couple of other bills that I'll bring up next time we meet. If there's any significant changes, I'll speak with our legislative liaison and let you know where we stand.
Director Thompson?
Can you clarify why we're in an amend position over disorder versus disability? Because we are education, and disability seems like the appropriate term versus a medical term.
My understanding, and I want to do some more talking to the district about this, is there is a concern that a disability triggers certain legal requirements under federal law, and that there is a concern about whether, as a district, we are qualified to diagnose a disability. I haven't done any research on that. I won't speak to it, but that's what we're being told by our lobbyist, and those are the other issues that were being raised. I've also happened to have spoken to Representative Hamrick's office about their concern. They're very strong in staying with disability, so I don't know how that's going to work out.
Okay, because it's already recognized as a disability, specific learning disorder. And it's no different than any other type of disability that we're dealing with within our schools. Of course, I feel very strongly about doing our due diligence and identifying our students at risk of reading failure and screening. In regards to dyslexia, it's not diagnosing it, it's just screening if they have characteristics of it. So yeah, I'm struggling with that one. I definitely want more clarity on why we would have an issue with that definition. I mean, we don't fight for if someone has Down syndrome, chromosomal disorder. It's just, that concept seems foreign to me.
Thank you for the question. We are more than happy to provide a memo clarifying that. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Any other questions for Director Geiger? Comments?
If there are other bills that you hear about or think about that you want questions about, let me know. Like I said, this is the rush. And so things change regularly. I try to go on the update once or twice a week, sometimes more, probably more as it gets down to the final days.
Great. Director Thompson.
Yeah, so the bill that's being sponsored by Hartsook, if I understand that one right, it's having the finance as a requirement for schools versus just being an option. And then the FAFSA requirement, that's the part that's giving pause because of just like the feasibility of implementing it, is how I understand.
Yeah, those who have put kids through college understand that the FAFSA is filled out by parents, not students. And so there is a concern that if we require in that class that students do a FAFSA or are involved in a FAFSA, then we're actually assigning homework to parents. There is an additional concern that the FAFSA is about as financially intrusive as it is possible to be. And some parents understandably have a concern about not sharing that with the school. Other than that, my understanding is that most people are in favor of the class. We're talking about what is necessary. And then I think the district can probably look at ways that we can help students with FAFSA and parents with FAFSA. Whether or not it should be a requirement of a required class is the question that's being addressed.
Okay. I can understand the spirit of this bill. Just working with students in high school, trying to get them financial aid that are, in areas that lack resources, et cetera, that it's actually can be really difficult to get families and parents to fill out that FAFSA. So on one side of it, like, is there a way to try to encourage that process? But then on the other side, is it feasible to do it? So I understand that dilemma. And it's had mixed results in other states. So some states, they've demonstrated an increase in students getting funding, and others, they just had a really hard time rolling it out because of those challenges. And then the reporting system to show that they've complied.
Director Meek?
Yeah, my apologies. I think I was still stuck back on the prior conversation. The dyslexia bill, we're in a monitor position. Is that?
We're in an
We're in
amend
amend.
position on literally that one word, disability versus disorder.
Okay.
Diagnosis,
Yeah, no,
disorder? Okay.
yeah.
Is this on? Yes, it is. It is disability versus disorder. The disability actually requires the diagnosis, so there was a little confusion on that.
Yeah, and I do think it would be a good idea if we could have a memo to the board on that.
All right. Thank you so much, Director Geiger. And we will move then to item 31, the 25-26 Board of Education meeting schedule. Just wanted to put this back on the agenda to make sure that everyone has had an opportunity to not only look at it themselves, but to also take it back to their committees to ensure that the potential date of July 26th works as a retreat. Director Meek.
Yeah, I can speak for our committees. I brought it, to DAC and everything. My question is, I think when it came before us before, we talked about removing the board retreats that are on here that are for August 25th, 2025 and February 2025. We said we would schedule those as needed. Right.
Yeah.
2026, thank you.
Yeah.
That is my mistake. Yes, you did, and I looked right over it.
All right, so we will take the retreat date off for August 23rd, 2025, and then February 21st, 2026. Anything else on that anybody has comments about?
LRPC's been told about the retreat on the 26th. I haven't heard any feedback. Otherwise, we will, Director Moore and I will reemphasize it at the next meeting.
Great. All right, so with that, do I have a motion to approve with the amended board retreats being removed?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Moore, second by Geiger. Geiger,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Thompson,
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger
Aye.
passes 7-0. And then moving it then into our Board of Education reports. Our next meeting of the Board of Education is Tuesday, May 6th at 5 p.m. Agenda planning for that meeting will be this coming Thursday, April 24th at 10 a.m. at the Legacy campus. Really, besides all of the engagements that we did with the affected school communities, Director Myers and I also went to Mesa Middle School to engage with our middle schoolers, and that was very fun. And I have lots of notes. They have lots of ideas, and I'm excited for the board to sit down and discuss what we've actually heard. It's far too much for me to throw into my report at the end of the night, but I have kindly asked Director Meek to be the person that everyone sends their notes to, and she will compile them. Thank you, Director Meek. So if everyone can send their meeting notes to Director Meek so she can put that together so that when we put it on an agenda, we'll have everything in one place, I think will be extremely helpful. And then I also wanted to make mention that I will be adding an agenda item at a future board meeting regarding a policy on visitors in schools. I know that that was something that we talked about at the last meeting, so I will work with Superintendent Kane to figure out a good date for us to add that at a future board meeting. So that's what I have. Director Weiniger.
Since we last met, I got to attend all the virtual community meetings with the paired schools, and like I said earlier, I was very impressed with the leadership at those schools and their presentations, as well as the middle school principals' presentations. So I know we'll hear more on that with all of them, and I think they're all in good hands. And then also on Friday the 11th, Director Thompson and I met with middle schoolers at Cimarron Middle School. And that went really well. And so I'll forward my notes to you, Director Meek, as well as Sierra's. And then, yeah, that's all I had. But coming up, we did have FOC meeting that unfortunately I was unable to make, but it sounds like they discussed legislative updates. And then this upcoming new school year's budget is getting put together, and just gave an update to the FOC on that. So on this next FOC meeting in May, I'll have a better update for you guys. But coming up, we have our retirement ceremony for our teachers and staff who are retiring this year on May 1st. And yeah, I mean, we only have a meeting in 2 weeks, so graduations are soon after that, which is crazy. But yeah, that's all I had.
I remember I got yelled at last time, so it is Director Meek who goes first this time.
All right, I can't say it this time. Since our last meeting, I've attended the 6 community forums that we held, the 3 in person and 3 virtual, and huge kudos to our building leaders as well. They just did a phenomenal job explaining to their local communities what the pairing could look like and what the middle school experience would look like. And I just thought that was phenomenal. And thank you to our staff that attended as well. They were really powerful and helpful meetings. So in addition to that, we had the District Accountability Committee meeting last Thursday. We approved tonight 2 new parent reps. The new principal rep will be Michelle Frenchie, so that's exciting, welcome, and a new community member rep. They're working on their handbook committee. I offered to join the committee and help them because they need to get that moving forward. We also had a presentation on the CART process, and Mr. Mosier was there to speak to that. The DAC actually approved a letter to be submitted to the Charter School Institute regarding the John Adams waiver process, and I did forward that to everyone on the board, so you have access to that. There were some questions around whether the DAC should have been engaged in that process prior to making the board decision on releasing them to CSI. And so I just think that's probably something for us to think about and potentially discuss moving forward. Those were the big topics at DAC. And then last night we had the Student Accountability Group meet, SAG meet. And we did an interactive evaluation process. We did the same process last year where they do a thought exchange card and they rate ideas for ways to improve. And I will be tabulating all of that and I will share it out with everyone later. And then our student leaders will use that as we plan for next year. So it's been a very busy couple of weeks.
Yep, so I had the opportunity, well, obviously I didn't make FOC as well. I was in Saddle Ranch for that community meeting. And then I also got to attend the online SPED one that was done. And so good information that was shared there. And I think that a lot of the concerns had been proactively addressed because it was pretty limited on questions and we didn't really have, I didn't see anything new come in afterwards. So that makes me feel that people were satisfied with the responses and the adaptations and all of that. Went to the language and cultural celebration before this, the SPED online one, and that was really a special event. It was neat to see all of the students performing, and they had displays throughout the Legacy campus that you got to walk around and see. They even had tables with just tons of different books that were available of all the different cultures that were getting represented. It was really nice, and it was a very fun, kid-friendly event, and if we didn't have a meeting afterwards, definitely I think my kids would have enjoyed that one, so next time I'll make sure that I get to bring them. And then, like Director Weiniger mentioned, you know, we went to Cimarron and got to hear from the students, and I just want to say thank you to the students for attending, again, prepared to answer questions. They were very candid with us. They really let us know what they thought, and it's helpful to hear from the student perspective and like what they see as what works for them in schools and what they think their challenges are for being successful learners. And I heard just students that really want to do well in school and have the supports and the resources they need to do well. So that was a really nice engagement session. And then Brad and I actually attended a meeting with staff to receive an update on the dyslexia screening. I do owe you guys a board update, so I will work on it. I just haven't had the opportunity yet. And it was just an update on where we are in the process, in the timeline, with the selection of a screener. And so staff have, in short, they've identified that there are 4 or 5 main screeners that are currently being used by some of our schools. And their next step is that they were going to kind of reach back out to building leaders, I believe they said in May, to understand how they utilize those screeners within their schools to inform decisions that are made for students and how they support the students in their school, so how it informs their processes. So they're still very much in that information gathering type stage. And then, of course, watching the bill closely, because that also will help shape the decision around how screening will look. I'm again, really happy and pleased with our timeline for rolling it out. I think that's it.
I forgot a couple of things. And I would be remiss if I didn't do a shout out for the middle school engagements. So yesterday was Ranch View Middle School with Director Myers, and today was Crest Hill Middle School with Director Geiger. And I cannot say how important it is for us to have these student engagements. And I think it is a little unique to engage with the middle school students. Obviously, we have more interaction through SAG with the high school students, but they felt very excited to share with us, and they were very candid. And the kinds of feedback we received was amazing. So I can't wait till we schedule our debrief where we can kind of talk through those common themes that we heard. But I just wanted to do a shout out for those engagements.
Director Myers?
So I had a DCYI meeting, and we do have our youth awards coming up Monday, the 28th, 6 to 8. It's on the board calendar. It's downtown Castle Rock. So that's where we give awards to those kids that have really been through and persevered through trials in their life. Darn it, on Director Meek, because what we did, we had Ranch View Middle School yesterday. But one thing I did hear was that the principal, Erin, was quite just very thankful that board members are, wow, she's been there how many years in a board member engaging with students. So it was a neat, just a great opportunity. And of course, with President Williams at Mesa Middle School, and running into a former teacher that I taught with at Rancho Middle School. Tonight was bittersweet. Though I don't know I've been in SAG 4 years, and I know Aditi has been there 4 years with me, and that is hard. He is gone. He's a senior, going to the UK to practice law. And so I don't know, and I maybe it was different for Director Meek, but there was something about these kids this year. Just these kids were just phenomenal. Very wanted to be close to us, wanted to talk to us, wanted to just really engage us in conversation. So it was just a really unique set of kids. And then we didn't really point out Ella, who was our star Casby student, that was up on stage. So they were just, it's hard. That's it. We won't be seeing them now. So it kind of is sad that it ends in April and we're finished with our meetings. I guess that's it. We've got our graduations coming up, kind of the sweet end of the year, and we do have, I know Director Meek and I have a meeting with our new SAG leadership in June, and we'll get the ball rolling with them next year for another successful year. Were they just not phenomenal tonight?
So good.
Or did they just, I'm just simply blown away how good they were. So, thank you.
All right, Director Geiger.
Well, the advantage of being at the end is apparently nothing I did this week wasn't attended by the other people who've already spoken. The meetings with the affected schools were important and vital and great feedback and informed my vote tonight. And again, the hard part of this week was leavened a little bit by meeting with those students at Crest Hill. Every kid spoke, every kid had an opinion. I was struck by how seventh graders don't think sixth graders are very mature. Everybody has their own context. I agree that the celebration of languages and cultures, it was a packed house. It was an absolute joy. Everybody there was just smiling. They walked around just happy. You may have mentioned this, President Williams. I thought the attendance for the state of the DCSD.
I didn't talk about that.
I
Thank you.
wondered who might have missed that.
We all missed it.
It was excellent attendance at the state of DCSD. Presentation, as always, was very good. Our students always impress. And so that was a lot of fun. I was very glad with the number of people who showed up. We had the sheriff, we had leaders from Parker and Lone Tree and Castle Rock and Castle Pines. A lot of people were interested and wanted to know what was going on. It gave me a chance to buttonhole Sheriff Weekly about working on traffic around our nuclear combined schools, and that's always a nice opportunity to meet other elected officials. So I thought that went very well. And I think, as always, that you're an excellent ambassador for our district, Superintendent. Other than that, this is the busiest and hardest month that I've had sitting in this seat. But it was rewarding and it was important. And I want to thank all of you for how much thought you put into it as well.
Director Moore?
Not a whole lot since the April 8th meeting. We did have our middle school engagements, and I spoke about it in April. But the same message that you guys all had about the ones you've done. Fantastic students, so incredibly smart, on their game, well prepared, articulate, just amazing character young people. Just I wish people could see what we see when we get a chance to meet with them in groups like that. They are so incredibly smart. And then the parent engagement meetings the last couple of weeks, been very busy with those, but very impressed at how everybody involved handled those, the parents, the families, the community members that attended, the staff presentations, the questions that were asked and answered and how those were handled. And as previously mentioned, the in discussion about the sixth grade and the middle school and the middle school leaders there to answer questions for parents who really weren't sure whether this was a good idea. I am one of those who thinks middle school, from my experience, is where the wheels fall off for kids. And so the whole idea of adding another grade level to that, scary. But I do want to point out that I asked every principal and at middle school and the elementary schools that I visited, and every single principal said it was the best, that it was a great decision, number one, and it was best for the kids to have sixth graders in middle school. So to Director Geiger's point earlier about when you really don't know what you're talking about, in my case, you do have to trust the experts on that one. And so I believe that's the right call. So that's it.
Great. Well, with that, I will move then to the last item, which is adjournment.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers. Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger. Aye. Passes 7-0. The meeting of the Board of Education is now adjourned.
And look at the time.